Good afternoon, everybody, and this is Dan Lavallo. Today is Saturday, August 2nd, 1975, and what will follow will be the annual Old Timers Day ceremonies from Shea Stadium in New York. The New York Yankees Old Timers Day ceremony this season will honor the Yankee pennant winners and their opponents of the 1950s. Following the Old Timers ceremonies will also be a recording of the game between the New York Yankees and the Cleveland Indians. How ironic it is that the Yankee Old Timers Day theme will be the 1950 pennant winners, because the Old Timers Day ceremony this afternoon will really be the side story. The main story is Billy Martin, who today becomes the New York Yankees' 20th field manager. Last night, after the Yankees' victory over the Cleveland Indians 5-4, Bill Verdon, Yankee manager for a year and a half, was fired and replaced by Martin, who only 12 days ago was fired as manager of the Texas Rangers. This will be Martin's fourth team. He managed the Minnesota Twins in 1969 to the American League's Western Division pennant, took over the Detroit Tigers in 1971, won the American League East with Detroit in 1972. In 1973, with the season three-quarters gone, Martin was fired by the Tigers. Then he landed with the Texas Rangers. Last year, the Rangers went from last place to second place, 5 games behind Oakland under Martin's tutelage. But this year, the Texas team had problems. Martin had trouble with the front office, and he was fired 12 days ago, only to become the New York Yankee manager this Saturday afternoon, August the 2nd, 1975. For Martin, former second baseman, spark plug of those Yankee pennant winners in the 1950s, he returns to his old ball club. Casey Stengel, when he managed the Yankees, used to call Martin his assistant manager. So Billy Martin is back with the Yankees. And on Old Timers Day 1975, not only will we remember the ceremonies honoring the Yankees, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, and so forth, but we will also remember August 2nd, 1975, as the debut of Yankee manager Billy Martin. So let's listen as we blend the past with the present.
Welcome to New York Yankee Baseball. From Shea Stadium in New York, the Yankees meet the Cleveland Indians. Participating advertisers are the Miller Brewing Company, brewers of Miller High Life. If you've got the time, we've got the beer. The Con Edison Company, serving nearly 9 million people in New York and Westchester. Panasonic, in radio, black and white and color TV, tape recorders, and Technique's high-fidelity components, just slightly ahead of our time. First Federal Savings and Loan Association, and the New York Yankees. Good afternoon, everybody, from Shea Stadium in New York on Old Timers Day. I'm Frank Messer, along with Phil Rizzuto, Bill White, and, well, so many stars of the decade of the 50s on this Old Timers Day that I feel very, very insignificant. But we're going to have a great afternoon for you. The introduction of the Old Timers game, and then this afternoon's game between the New York Yankees and the Cleveland Indians. Of course, the big announcement this morning, you read it, I'm sure, in your papers. It became official at 9:30 this morning at a press conference. Billy Martin, former Yankee infielder, now manager of the New York Yankees, having replaced Bill Verdon. In just a moment, we're going to meet Billy Martin with Phil Rizzuto. We have so many, many people here, it's just almost impossible to say where to start. And right now, I'd like to bring over with me my broadcast partner, the Scooter Phil Rizzuto. And Phil, I know you have so many things on your mind today, the Old Timers game, seeing a lot of your buddies, and, of course, the managerial change. It's just a...
It's got my head spinning, Frank, to tell you the truth. We had heard a lot of scuttlebutt, as you know, last night. They were passing notes back and forth. The rumor was there that Billy was coming. We couldn't quite believe it. And then when the bombshell hit late last night and everybody knew the news, there was a feeling of sadness, of course, for Bill Verdon, but also gladness of Billy Martin coming back to the team that he started with and always wanted to be with.
Now, Phil Rizzuto, you played with Billy Martin. You've seen him manage. What kind of a manager is going to be here in New York?
Well, first I roomed with Billy, and Billy has always had the reputation of being Peck's bad boy, as you know.
Right.
But he roomed with me when I won the MVP, roomed with Yogi when he won it, and Mantle twice when Mickey won it. He said, what kind of a bad influence could I have been? Unfortunately, he got in that scrape in the Copacabana, and he took the brunt of it, and they shipped him out. But he has been a battler all his life, and I think that's why the Yankees got him. Bill Verdon, as we know, I compared him with Joe McCarthy, a low-key manager, but a great student of the game of baseball.
Well, if you compare him with Joe McCarthy, that's a heck of a comparison because I know the way you feel about Joe McCarthy.
I figured he was the best manager I had ever played for, And Billy Martin is the type manager who can get things going by either a fight with his own ball players, or somebody on the press, or an opposing team, or an umpire. And
I know in just a few minutes you're going to be bringing Billy out along with Yankee President Gabe Powell, and then, of course, you have the old-timers game to participate in yourself.
Yeah, and I don't know which is more exciting right now. I mean, these old-timers games are great. I've seen people that I haven't seen in years. Like here, somebody gave me this 1941 World Series, my first World Series. Pee Wee Reese. Oh, here he is. Here's the skipper.
All right. Let me bow out right now and let this gentleman bow. And, Billy, congratulations. Welcome to New York again.
Well, Billy, Frank Messer and I were just talking about your days with the Yankees and what I thought of you. And I told him what a great influence you were on me and Yogi and Mickey. You roomed with all of us. We all won the MVP, right? And they told you were a bad influence.
I think your ability had an awful lot to do with it.
No. You know, you're the kind of guy, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons they got you as manager. Hey, I didn't even congratulate you, really. Congratulations. And I know you're happy to be back in the pinstripes where you first started. Casey's little Bobo.
Well, you know, Phil, it's like when you're a young boy, one of your dreams are to be a Yankee, and then now you become a Yankee, now you're a Yankee manager, and a boy couldn't ask for more than that.
No. But, Billy, one of the reasons the Yankees, I'm sure, hired you is your ability to spark a team. Whether it's having a fight with one of your own ball players or an umpire or the opposing team, but in some way you managed to get a team up.
Well, Phil, I think it's because I live and breathe the truth and also togetherness. And when you have togetherness and you put the players on a pedestal instead of the manager, I think the players give you a little bit more.
Well, I'm sure they do, because if they know you're in back of them 100%, they're going to bear down. I remember early in the year and last year, every one of the Texas Rangers ball players I talked to said they'd run through a brick wall field.
They were awful wonderful to me, Phil. I really appreciate that.
Well, Billy, with the Yankees now, you've got to come in. You know the personnel, and you know the pitching staff, and it's going to get you a little time to get acclimated with their style of play. You haven't seen them that often. But you're a real student of the game. That's something I try to impress on people. A manager is not just a manager. He doesn't go out there and write the lineup card.
Well, no, Phil, I have to watch and study every one of our players now and see what they do in different situations. In other words, you just can't say, I'm going to put the hit and run on or the suicide squeeze when you got a guy that's going to miss the ball and the runner's going to get thrown out second, or the suicide squeeze, the guy's going to miss the butt and the guy's going to be thrown out of home. So I have to find out what every one of them can do. After I can find that out, then I can execute the way I'd like to execute.
All right. Now, how about the pitching staff? Now, when you were with the Texas Rangers, did you run the pitching staff exclusively, or did your pitching coach help you out?
Well, my pitching coach, Art Fowler, did a tremendous job for me, but I set up the rotation and also makes all the decisions on who stays in and who goes out.
And now we'd like to call in Gabe Powell. Gabe, congratulations on this coup you got with Billy Martin, and we had hoped to get you both here together as we introduced Billy to the New York public. He needs no introduction, of course, but maybe you can tell us a little bit of how this happened, if that's possible.
Well, being an old fisherman, Billy was fishing. And we had it in Colorado, and Colorado's a big state. We had to track him down, and we located him through his father-in-law, Cy Winkler, who knew where he was, but he said he was in transit. And he finally called a grocery store close to the cabin he was staying at. The grocer went down and got Billy to come back to the grocery store where they had the only phone and call we were in Chicago at that time, and to call in Chicago, and we set up a meeting in Denver for the next day.
All right, now you had the meeting, and Billy, the terms were laid down to you. What was your first feeling, really? How did you feel when you were first approached?
I was very thrilled and excited. Really, and I just, how do you say it? One moment you're fired and you feel like the world just left you, and the next moment you have an opportunity to manage the Yankees.
I remember one time, right after you had been let go by the Texas Rangers, you said, well, 3 strikes and I'm out. There'd probably be nobody want to hire me again.
Well, that's how you feel, Phil, when you get fired, I guess.
All right, we're going to bring Frank Messer in just a moment. Gabe, I think he'll want to talk with you a little bit. And, again, congratulations on getting Billy back.
Thank you. Say, it looks pretty good. There's a pretty good shortstop second base combination right here.
That's right. We did play that together for many years. Good. He's in shape. I'm in shape.
What kind of shape?
Oh, no, we won't say. Frank, here's Frank Messer now. Billy, you want to hold that 1 second? Right,
Okay, thank you very much, Bill. And, well, I guess everybody hopes, Gabe, this is the beginning of a new era for the New York Yankees, and through the latter weeks of the 1975 season, the club can come right back.
Well, we hope so, and we're looking forward to big things.
Gabe, I think everybody thinks you made a great choice in the young man over there on your left.
Well, he's got something. He's got an indefinable something, and I think some of it is right in here.
Billy, you going to play today?
Well, I'm playing in the first game. The second game, I'm staying out of.
Okay. All right, Gabe, Billy Barnes, thank you very much for being with us here.
Frank.
And we'll continue with our Old Timers Day ceremonies. We have a fellow right now that's always been a favorite of mine. The only man I know of that has been named to the American League All-Star team at 3 different positions, third base, shortstop, and second base, Gil McDougall.
How are you, Frank?
Not too bad, Gil, and it's always a great pleasure to see you on Old Timers Day. And of course, I know you're always going to be here.
Thank you, Frank. I enjoy coming back. I don't know if I'll enjoy playing in this kind of weather. I'm not used to it.
You ever played out in the Texas League?
Yes, I played down there. I think it was a little hotter than it is right today.
What would you estimate? Maybe 110, 120 here on the field today?
I would say it's pretty well close to 100, but we got a little breeze, which makes it a little palatable.
All right, Gil, now, today, the Yankees celebrate the decade of the 50s, in which you starred. The Yankees had 8 pennant winners. What are your most memorable moments of that decade?
Well, I think being fortunate enough to be with a good ball club during those years where we could play all the World Series. I thought it was super to think that you could play 8 out of 10 years in the World Series. And I think those are the most rewarding experiences because it shows that you've accomplished something during the year. And, that was my goal as a ball player, was to play in a World Series. That meant you were the best team at that time, and I was a part of it.
As far as you personally are concerned, any 1 or 2 or 3 moments stand out?
Not really, Frank. I think every time you step on the ball field, it's a challenge because a lot of things can happen in maybe even a poor game that is being played. Maybe you'll boot a ball and you'll want to do so well the next time and boot the next ball. But baseball is a funny game. Maybe you'll come up in the latter part of the game. You still got a chance to come out of those 2 errors by getting a base hit. And I always looked at every game as a challenge and tried to hustle all the time I was on the field.
Gil McDougall, thanks a lot for chatting with us. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you, Frank.
Gil McDougall, third base, shortstop, second base. You name the infield position, and he made it as an all-star. Right now, we'd like to call in another good buddy of ours, Bill White, my broadcast partner, and this gentleman in the middle needs no introduction whatsoever.
What do you mean, what do you mean by that? I'm one of these. I don't know who you are. I know that there was. All right. Hi, Frank. How you doing?
Good to see you, buddy.
Was my first roommate in the big leagues. We were just talking about it over there. He made me spend a lot of money. I'm sitting upstairs getting room service, and he's getting room service.
Yeah. Well, who paid the bill, Frank?
You did, huh?
All right. He spent a lot of money, huh?
Willie, let me say it's good to see you here. Best wishes to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Bill.
Well, a lot of people, I suppose, want to know, first of all, what you're doing.
Well, first of all, Bill, I'm really just traveling around. I'm under contract with the Mets and about 4 different other companies around the country, but my main source are with the Mets, and what I do for them right now is just revelation work. I think I should be doing more with the players, but sometimes when you get out of baseball, it's very difficult to go back on the field and try to teach, and this is what I've been trying to tell them, that hey, for 23 years I've been on the field. Give me time to adjust to, not being on the field. Maybe 2 or 3 more years, I might want to go back on it. I really don't know right now.
Well, are the young players receptive to being shown by one of the greatest of all ball players how to play baseball?
I think that could be very well true, Bill, because I don't want to push myself onto ball players because I never did. If they come to me, as you know me very well, I would do anything I can to help a ball player, but I just won't go to the ball player himself and say, hey, do this and do that, because they might tell me where to go, and I don't want to.
You don't want to go there?
No, I don't want to go there, and I don't want to be in that situation of saying, hey, I went to him. I might be embarrassed myself, so I just sit back and wait and see what happens.
How about managing, Willie?
No, I don't want to manage, Bill, because the guys that I'm playing with or have played with, I don't think the reaction would be too great there, and I don't want the responsibility of trying to manage when I played 23 years. I just don't feel that my family would be, too well secure there, because, as you know, managing a 5 day in and day out, and I don't want that job.
Well, that just happened here last night when the Yankees got rid of Bill Verdon, who was doing, let's face it, a credible job, and they brought in Billy Martin to take over. You have played, I know, against Verdon in the National League, and you played against Billy Martin in some All-Star games and also in some World Series games. Do you feel that, as an outsider, and I know you might not want to comment on it, do you feel that the change in managers will make a difference in this Yankee ball club?
Well, I don't think so, Bill. I think the player is going to be a player the best way he can at all times. I don't think just because you change managers, the player is going to change that much, because, let's face it, we only have not even a half a season to go, and how can you change a player so quickly? I would say maybe at the beginning of the season that might be true, but, of course, I know when I was playing, I didn't care who managed the ball club. I went out there and did my job consistent, whether Herman or Leo or Alvin was there. It didn't make any difference with me. So when you say changing a manager in the middle of the stream, I don't see how that can help too much. But, of course, I'm not in a position to say, hey, this is what they should do and what they shouldn't do, because they know more about it than I do.
Let's talk about the highlight of Willie Mays' career. A long career. You had to have a lot of fun playing. You always seemed as though you had fun playing the ball game. How about a highlight?
Well, I like the 4 home runs, but I think I told you that before. But, my highlight is that when I went in between the fields, and if I made 40,000 people happy, that was my highlight for the day. It may sound a little strange to you, because sometimes a guy said, well, hey, I made this play, and that was the greatest highlight in my career, but that wasn't. If I made people happy day in and day out, that was enough for me, because, hey, I know the fans make the player, even though the player may hit 500 or 600, whatever it may hit. If you don't have the fans behind you, well, then you're just not going to be a complete ball player. And I felt that I had to play for the fans, and that's what I did all the time. And when it became a job, when I say a job, is that when I was coming to the ballpark and it seemed like I was bringing a lunch pail, I wanted to quit, and that's exactly what I did.
Let's talk about that catch you made on Vic Wirtz then in the World.
Made many more catches than that during the regular season, but...
Well, the umpires are out right now meeting with the new Yankee manager, Billy Martin, and the Cleveland Indians manager, Frank Robinson. I think this is the first time that I have been with a club that changed managers, I believe, during the season.
Now, you know what I'd ask you then? I'd ask you, when did you come to New York? Because in Baltimore, as you recall, they changed Bauer and Weaver in mid-year, and
The year after I left.
oh, is that right? Is that right?
My 4 years in Baltimore were the first 4 years that Hank managed. And Hank and I became very close friends. And, of course, I was sorry to see that happen to him. It is a sad day, but it's something that happens in baseball. And now the Yankees are pinning their hopes on Billy Martin. We'll have an extra long meeting at home plate. Strangely enough, to familiarize the home team manager of the ground rules.
Right.
Frank Robinson just sort of standing by as the umpires go over the ground rules here with Billy Martin. Of course, Billy came in here with the Texas Rangers before he was released from that ball club. Billy is quite excited. I talked to him just very briefly, and I said, I told him, gee, there's so many people around you, the television cameramen, the still cameramen, the newspaper people. I said, suppose I just wait and just say good luck to you now, and I'll talk to you at length tomorrow. Pick up your plans and what you think about this ball club, because he was just inundated with people today.
I was going to say, obviously, that's true. And, it made the front page, for example, of the Daily News, and I didn't be the Times today or the Post, you know what my show will be like after the game today. Obviously, it's the number one subject. It was every phone call this morning on the talk shows, Ken Fairchild's show and all, was nothing but Billy Martin. And somehow the players or the managers, I think, accept it more than the people do. They know it is indigenous, let's say, to their work. It's not good, bad, or indifferent, but it is part of baseball or part of all sports.
Well, I'm like you, John. I've got up at 7 o'clock this morning to come over here for the press conference, and I haven't had a chance to read a newspaper today. It's just been one of those days. So the Yankees have taken the field. Pat Dobson will start his warm-up throws. For Dobson, the start is his 24th. The appearance is 25th. He has won 9 and he has lost 11. He has 7 complete games and pitches to an earned run average of 3.75. In 161 innings this year, the Dobber has given up 157 base hits, walked 64, and he has struck out 90. Hit one batter and committed 6 wild pitches, which is high on the ball club. And understandable, Dobson's stock and trade, the big sweeping overhand curveball. Sometimes it will get away and hit in the dirt and get by the catcher. Defensively, the Yankees have Roy White in left, Rick Bladt in center, and Bobby Bonds in right field this afternoon. Bladt getting his second Major League start in center field. Down at third base, Graig Nettles. At shortstop, Fred Stanley. At second base, Sandy Alomar. At first base, Chris Chambliss and Thurman Munson C. The umpiring alignment for this afternoon's game: at home plate, Larry Barnett. At first base, Hank Morganwick. At second base, it's Marty Springstead. And at third base, Don Denkinger. On the scoreboard, the pitchers in Boston: Vern Rule for the Detroit Tigers and Rick Wise for the Boston Red Sox. We told you the scoreboard shows that Detroit failed to score in the top half of the first, and Boston did score. So it's 1-0 Boston at the end of 1 inning. The White Sox have come up with a run in the fifth to take a 1-0 lead over the Minnesota Twins at the end of 4 1/2, where Claude Osteen is going against Bert Schleiler. John Lowenstein, a left-hand hitter, is set to lead things off for the Cleveland Indians, and here we go in the second game of this 4-game series. Certainly appreciate the efforts of John Sterling this afternoon, and hope you enjoyed the old-timers game. John Lowenstein. Starting for the injured Charlie Spike. Dobson has his sign. Here comes the first pitch of the ball game. Curveball, and it misses high and outside for a ball, and this game is underway. Lowenstein went 1 for 3 last night. He hits this one in the air to shallow left. White started back, now coming in. Roy's there, and he makes the catch. So quickly, there's one away. Incidentally, last night, he gets to give credit where it was due. That shortstop, Fred Stanley, made one of the most outstanding catches I've ever seen.
You know, Frank, I thought the same thing, that not enough due was given. That's going to be lost in all the excitement. That saved the ball game. And that was one of the best catches I've ever seen a shortstop make. I really mean that, kid.
Just outstanding, and there was a ball that White could not get to. Stanley couldn't get to it either, but he did. He dove for it, caught it, tumbled over about twice or 3 times, and held on. Here's Rick Manning, the center fielder. It's one right back up the middle. That's going to be through for the base hit. Right back through the box. And as we mentioned before, Pat Dobson on his follow-through tended to come off the first base side. And, well, I'll say it this way. He's not the fielding pitcher that, say, a catfish hunter is. So a base hit, a man on. And here comes George Hendrick, the right fielder. Hendrick, a right-hand batter. Hendrick last night was the victim of that outstanding catch. Hendrick with a batting average of .262. 16 home runs, 59 runs batted in, and the first pitch is in for a called strike. Dobson lifetime against the Indians is 1-8. He has lost 10. Runner at first, 1 down. The infield set for the double play. Nettles back deep at third. The outfield is spread out. And a throw to first base. No tag. Manning back into the bag. Doubleheader between these clubs tomorrow starting at 1 o'clock, and tomorrow's Banner Day with a parade of banners between games. There goes the runner. Pitch is taken for a strike. Throw to second base, and it skips on through to center field on one hop. On to third base goes Manning. Stolen base for Manning, and an error will be charged Thurman Munson on the throw that hit in front of the bag at second. Skip past Stanley and on through into center field. So a runner at third. Let's see how the Yankees play the infield with one out. A count of no balls, 2 strikes on George Hendrick. Hendrick steps back, thinking about it. A stolen base and a throwing error. Infield plays halfway. And Dobson's pitch swung on it, missed strike 3. So the Dobber got a big strikeout for himself. 2 down. And now Boog Powell, the first baseman. This fellow's found a new home, new life in Cleveland.
Well, he really has, and he's such a good guy. Another old Baltimorean. Just terrific for his career. He went from a ballpark which is not a home run ballpark to a ballpark that really is. He's having a good season.
He's leading this club in hitting, batting .301. He's tied for the home run leadership with Hendrick at 16. And Powell has driven in 52 runs. Big, strong left-hand hitter. They overshift to the right side, bringing the shortstop Stanley along with Alomar and Chambliss between first and second. Nettles playing where the shortstops normally would, and fairly shallow. And the first pitch now to Powell. He takes a cut. It's ground ball to the right side. Alomar comes up with it. Throws him out as the overshift works, and the side is retired. No runs, a base hit, an error, and a man left. At the end of 1/2 inning, it's the Indians nothing, and the Yankees coming to bat.
Listen to the smooth sliding sound of a country steel guitar. See yourself on a fine summer evening doing what you please, pleasing yourself with the mellow flavor of some fine cold beer. Not just any beer, Schaefer beer. Because Schaefer's the one beer that goes all evening, still tasting like the night is young. The one beer with flavor that never fades, glass after frosty glass. But Schaefer stays so smooth, so first beer fine, that every Schaefer plays like music to your thirst. Schaefer. It's the one beer to have when you're having more than one.
Well, we told you Boston picked up a run in the first. Detroit has tied it in the second on a home run by first baseman Jack Brohamer. His 8th home run of the year, so it's a 1-1 ball game, and the Tigers are still batting in the top half of the second inning. Right here, Fritz Peterson is ready to work to the Yankees. Peterson this year has won 5 and lost 7. He's making his 15th start. He has 2 complete games, no shutouts. 71 innings, 73 hits. He has walked 24, and he has struck out 24 men. Rather higher in run average of 5.20. John Lowenstein is in Lowenstein is in left field. Rick Manning in center. George Hendrick in right. Buddy Bell at third. Frank Duffy at shortstop. Jack Brohamer at second. Boog Powell at first, and John Ellis the catcher. Bobby Bonds is set to lead off for the New York Yankees. Bonds is hitting .251, 21 home runs, 51 runs batted in. He requests time, and it's granted by Larry Barnett, the plate umpire. Now we're ready, and Peterson's first pitch to Bonds. Low and outside, ball 1. Yankees and Indians have met only 6 times prior to this. As Bonds hits a sharp ground ball to Bell's left, Buddy is up with it at third and throws on to first base in time. The ball was well hit by Buddy Bell. A couple of quick steps to his left field at it, and there's 1 down. Lou Piniella, the designated hitter this afternoon. And just as Frank Robinson has stacked a lot of left-handers in his lineup, Billy Martin goes the other way with the right-handers. Pinella's hitting .214. No home runs, 19 runs batted in. It's been sort of a lost year for this guy, Joe. He takes a cut and misses the first pitch, strike one.
You made a really good point last night, Frank. I think it was on television side that it was a loss the first half, and now Piniella finally has his rhythm. You know he'll hit. He's always been a good hitter.
He hits this one high and deep to right field, moving for George Hendrick, and Hendrick cannot get there. It's in for the base hit. Piniella's on his way to second to throw to second base, and he's in standing up with a double. So we no sooner said than he does it. Piniella's getting his stroke back. And he could be a tremendous help down the stretch to the Yankees.
Boy, does that make me look good. Wow. Most of the time, you always look bad. You say something and just the opposite happens.
Yeah. Roy White steps in, batting .295. Roy is a stronger hitter for average right-handed than left-handed, and he's up there as a right-hand batter, of course. 8 home runs and 39 runs batted in. He also has 20 doubles and 4 triples among his 99 base hits this year. And White wants the baseball examined. Peterson flips it in to Larry Barnett. Oops, bad hand. Barnett dropped it. Picks it up, and he's going to toss it out of the ball game. No score. Bottom half of the first. The Yankees with Piniella at second base. 1 out. And here's the pitch to Roy White, high and away, ball one. When our Western Union ticker told us that Jack Pierce homered for Detroit, now they changed the scoreboard. It's tied 1-1 at Boston's batting in the bottom half of the second. Pitch comes in high to White. 2 balls and no strikes. Fritz Peterson lifetime against the Yankees, 2 wins, 3 losses. His lifetime overall record, 123 wins and 127 losses. Pete looks back at second base for Piniella. The pitch hit high and deep down the left field line, but it's going to be a foul ball. Well back in the seats, but foul. At the end of 2 innings, the Mets lead the Pirates 1-0. Right here, no score. The Yanks have a runner at second, 1 down. Infield back and straight away. Outfield spread out on Roy White. The pitch to him. Full foul again to the left side. So White's getting around on Peterson and pulling him foul. Roy looking for his 100th base hit of the year. Next pitch to him, outside. Thurman Munson leads the Yankees with 119 hits. Chris Chambliss has 103. Graig Nettles has 102. So Roy White now hoping to get into the century figure. The pitch. Hit in the air to right center field. Not too deep, coming on the right fielder. Now the center fielder, and Manning calls for it from center field. Makes the catch, quick throw to second base, and Piniella gets back. Manning kept looking for Hendrick. He took his eye off the ball twice, looking for his right fielder. But Hendrick was letting Manning have it all the way. 2 down, and the batter will be Thurman Munson. Munson hitting .311. 10 doubles, 3 triples, 7 home runs, and 65 runs batted in. The 65 RBIs are tops on the club. Peterson looks around at his infield and his outfield. The outfield is spread on Munson, the infield up the middle. And backed off, everybody is deep. There's the set, the check of the runner, and the pitch is high for ball. The Yankees have had trouble with the Indians this year, winning 2, losing 4 to them. The Yankees have not won a game in Cleveland. They are 2-1 against the Indians here at Shea. Pitch just outside from Peterson. 2 balls and no strikes. Graig Nettles is waiting on deck. And Peterson deals. Munson takes high fastball. 3 balls and no strikes. With Nettles, the left-hander, on deck and first base open, Peterson is pitching very, very carefully to Munson. We'll see if he comes in with this one on 3-0, and if so, if they let Munson hit. And he takes ball 4, high and outside. A semi-intentional walk, I'd have to say, to Thurman Munson. And now Graig Nettles. Runners first and second, 2 down.
Number 9.
Nettles batting .272. 15 doubles, 3 triples, 14 home runs, and 62 runs batted in. First pitch to Graig, fastball low and away, ball 1. Chris Chambliss is on deck. Nettles has played all of every game this year for the Yankees with the exception of 1 game. He missed because of an eye infection. Next pitch to him, low and away again. 2 balls and no strikes, so Peterson's last 6 pitches have been off the mark. Pete kicks and deals, and the pitch is cut on and hops right back to the pitcher. Peterson has it, throws to first base. Nettles is out and throw the Yankees. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men are left. And at the end of 1 inning, it's Cleveland nothing and the New York Yankees nothing.
Your attention, please.
Where can you get 3 for the price of 1? Well, right here at Shea Stadium on Sunday afternoon, August 24th. That's where. Batting Glove Day, a doubleheader with the California Angels, and entertainment by a steel drum band from St. John's in the Virgin Islands. That's what you'll be getting for your ticket on Sunday afternoon, August 24th. A great game, batting gloves for youngsters under 14 years of age, 14 and under, and listening to a 52-piece steel drum band. Now that's entertainment. And Yonkers residents, you keep August 23rd open for a trip to Shea Stadium. It's your day, Saturday afternoon, the California Angels and a Yankee salute to your community, Yonkers. Tickets for Yonkers Day, August 23rd, can be purchased at any bank in Yonkers, so hurry on down and get the best seats. Don't be left out when the Yankees and Yonkers get it all together Saturday afternoon, August 23rd. Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification. This is the New York Yankee Baseball Network.
This is WATR 1320 on your radio dial, Waterbury. Mostly sunny, hot and humid this afternoon, the highs in the 90s. Fair, warm and humid tonight, lows in the 70s. Right now, 102 degrees in downtown Waterbury.
WATR. He's batting 248. 13 doubles, 2 triples, 7 homers, and 23 runs batted in. Buddy Bell on deck. Gamble is a left-hand hitter. Dobson very deliberate in taking his warm-up throws. Taking lots of time between each pitch, as we've mentioned to you. It's very, very hot, and I know how hot it is down there on that playing field. Wow.
Frank, you think Tom McCraw plays Gamble to both?
Yes. First base coach McCraw is almost in right field. There's a pitch over, breaking ball for a called strike on Gamble. The Dabber deals a curve low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike on the left-hand hitting Oscar Gamble. Dobson gets an exchange of baseballs. And the 1-1 pitch coming. Swung on, popped up foul outside of third. Nettles may or may not have a play. Over to the seats he goes, and does he reach it? He does not. Ball gets into the seats. He had to battle a fan. So when that ball is hitting inside, if the fan doesn't give way, there is no interference. If the fan leans out over the railing and interferes, the umpire has the right to call the hitter out.
They made that call in Boston when the Yanks were up there, an interference rule. And the Red Sox lost a home run to Milwaukee in a Monday night game that way. Someone leaned just in again, took the home run away from Rick Miller.
Gamble swings, bops him back to the mound. Dobson has this one on a high hop, and he throws him out. 1 away. It brings up third baseman Buddy Bell. is hitting .241. 9 doubles, 2 triples, 9 home runs, and 41 runs batted in. A right-hand batter. Dobson winds. First pitch to Bell. Taken high. No score in this ball game. Top half of the second inning. Dobson whips it in and picks up the outside corner with a fastball. 1-1. Stanley plays Bell way over in the hole at shortstop. Pitch to him is foul back to the right side. Got around a little bit late. Again, Detroit and Boston tied 1-1. They're in the bottom half of the second inning at Boston. And we see the Red Sox now did not score in the bottom half of the second. 1-1 at the end of 2. Dobson delivers, and the pitch is high and outside to Bell. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Buddy. Did you ever see his dad play, John Gusto?
Oh, yes, a lot. He played in the 50s with Cincinnati, and he started with the Mets in 52 in the first year.
Pitch to Bell. Curveball struck him out swinging. Big sweeping curve by Dobson. Second strikeout for Pat. Or as they call it, the snake, because of that curveball. Brings up Jack Brohamer, the second baseman and a left-hand hitter. Brohamer used to switch it, but he gave up trying to bat right-handed. Brohamer's hitting .250, 3 doubles, 6 homers, and only 13 runs batted in. Takes the pitch outside, off-speed pitch from Dobson. Nettles lays in shallow at third and very wide up the line. Stanley shades toward the back, and the outfield is extremely shallow, except for the right fielder Bobby Bonds, who is straight away. Bladt is way in center, and White very shallow in left. He fouls it off into the seats down the left side. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jack Brohamer. Boy, a little breeze feels good. 1-1 pitch coming. Hit in the air to left field. White comes in a few steps, flips the glasses, and makes the catch to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down, nothing across. At the end of 1 1/2, it's Cleveland nothing and New York nothing.
It's Gladys Night of the Pit for McDonald's.
You're the one. You're the one. You are the only reason. You're the one. You're the one. Take pride in the season. You're one. Prices are low. You deserve a break today. Exceptional. We do it all for you. Exceptional. Glasses to go. Glasses to go. McDonald's and McDonald's land. Glasses to go. Get the mayor. Big Mac and beef and Ronald. A different glass every week at McDonald's.
Get your kids a McDonald Land glass when you buy a large soft drink for 49 cents at McDonald's.
Glasses to go. Glasses to go. Glasses to go at McDonald's.
And now through August 3rd, buy a large soft drink for 49 cents and take home a Mayor McCheese glass.
Well, a trimmed down Fritz Peterson will be working to Chris Chambliss, Rick Bladt, and Sandy Alomar. We're waiting for Johnny Ellis to come out. Peterson got awfully heavy, but he's lost a lot of weight. His first pitch to Chambliss. Low, ball 1. Chambliss is hitting .291, 19 doubles, 3 triples, 6 homers, 48 runs batted in. And he takes high and inside. Well, the Tigers added a run in the top half of the third to take a 2-1 lead. There's a bouncer off the first base side of the mound. Peterson has it, flips over to Powell in time, and Chambliss is out 1 away. That Detroit run in the third came on a home run by Gary Sutherland, his 5th of the year, Tigers' second baseman. So Detroit is leading 2-1, Boston batting in the bottom half of the third. Rick Bladt steps in. Right-hand batter. After the first pitch, it's a fly ball to straightaway center field. Backpedaling, Manning makes the catch, and there are 2 down. And now switch hitting Sandy Alomar will come on as a right-hand batter.
Sandy Alomar.
Alomar right, 204, left 193.
Number 2.
Sandy has 7 doubles, 3 triples, no homers, 15 runs batted in. At shortstop, Frank Duffy backs up deep. At third base, Buddy Bell is in close. Outfield not too deep and spread out on Alomar, who sprays the ball around. First pitch to him. Over for a called strike at the knees. Looks like it might have been a slider from Peterson. No wind-up delivery, and fastball is popped up foul. Coming back, it'll be out of play in the crowd. No ball, 2-strike count. No score, bottom half of the second, 2 outs and nobody on. Pitch to Alomar, high and outside as Peterson waits one. And the 1-2 pitch to Sandy. Outside again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Peterson whips it in. Alomar swings and misses on a fastball, strike 3. Peterson's first strikeout, and the Yankees are out 1-2-3. At the end of 2, Yankees nothing, Indians nothing. Say, remember the last time your wife had a flat tire and you weren't there? Well, you can do something now to make sure that when flats or other road emergencies happen, you will be ready. It's called Ready Night, an emergency kit with everything you or your wife will need to get your car going again. It contains an aerosol tire inflator and resealer, booster cables, an emergency blinker light, a red safety baton flashlight, a safety light reflector vest, a gas siphon pump, an SOS pennant, and a first aid book. All in a handy Ready Night emergency kit. Act now and take advantage of this special offer. Send $14.95 in a check or money order to Ready Night. That's REDDY-NITE, Box 4400, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10017. This offer is not available in stores. So send $14.95, but no cash, please, to Ready Night, Box 4400, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10017. New York State residents, please include tax. Remember, you'll feel safer knowing that Ready Night is there.
Number 7,
John Ellis, the catcher, leads off. We go to the third inning. Ellis, right-hand batter, another former Yankee. Ellis is hitting .224, 10 doubles, 1 triple, 6 homers, 27 runs batted in. For a while was in the bad graces of manager Frank Robinson. He looks at a strike as Dobson comes in with a slider just about knee-high. Infield can back off on Ellis. He does not have tremendous speed. Roy White very deep in left, and the pitch is not foul behind the plate. No balls and 2 strikes to John Ellis. The shortstop, Frank Duffy, is on deck. Dobson takes the sign with both feet on the rubber. Stiff as a ramrod. In the motion, and the pitch is low and outside. Breaking ball, the count is 1-2. Trying to get Ellis to chase something bad. Red Sox did not score in the bottom half of the third. The Tigers lead it 2-1. And the pitch to John Ellis. Changeup is bounced foul past third base. Pitch on the way. Ellis fouls it straight back to the base of the screen. Dave Garcia coaches down at third base for Frank Robinson. Tom McCraw coaches at first. Tom started the season as a player coach, but he has since been taken off the active list. Pitch to Ellis. Popped up foul outside of first. Chambliss may have a play coming over toward the dugout. At the dugout, he reaches, he cannot get it. Ball hit just in the seat. Count holds at a ball and 2 strikes. Among the Yankees guests here for Old Timers Day today, former Yankee general manager and now American League president, Mr. Lee McPhail. And the pitch coming. Ellis takes low and outside, a breaking ball. The count evens 2-2. 2-2 pitch from Dobson to John Ellis. Swung on, line to center field. Blatt, though, is there, has a beat on it, and he makes the catch. It was hit right at him. Sometimes those are the toughest kind. So Ellis is out, 1 down, and here is the shortstop, Frank Duffy, a right-hand batter. Duffy is hitting .227. 13 doubles, no triples, 1 home run, and 29 runs batted in. Dobson's first pitch to him. He pops it up foul behind the plate. Munson comes back, and Thurman makes the catch. Munson almost stepped on Duffy's back. That ball was not that high in the air. Munson got a good jump on it. And there are 2 down. There's no score in this ball game, top half of the third, as we go to the top of the order, and John Lowenstein. John flying out to left field his first time up. Dobson delivers, and there's a bunt foul back. Nettles is playing in shallow. John Lowenstein. Let me correct myself. Lowenstein. I believe I said Steve. Always had a mental block on John. I don't know why, John Sterling. Ever had that happen with somebody?
Yes. How to pronounce the end of that name. After this pitch, I'll tell you a few things.
1-1 to him. Swung on, hit on 1 hop to Alomar's left. He's got it. Spin, throws to first, and throws him out. Fine fielding play by Sandy Alomar to retire the side. And at the end of 2.5, the score. Indians nothing and the Yankees nothing.
Here's one more weapon you can use in the inflation battle. A membership in your AAA Motor Club. On the road or right at home, we can save you time, money, and problems with your car. With emergency road service, personalized trip planning, license and title help, gas-saving tips, and a whole lot more. With today's economy, isn't it worth checking out? Call your local AAA club for membership information.
Call the Connecticut Motor Club special toll-free telephone number 1-800-922-1633 for AAA membership information. You can call us at 9 p.m. any weekday and find out how AAA services can save you money. Call 1-800-922-1633 weekdays for AAA information.
WATR.
Checking the weather forecast, mostly sunny, hot and humid this afternoon and tomorrow. The highs both days around 100. Fair warm and humid tonight, lows in the 70s. The current temperature right now in downtown Waterbury, 101 degrees. Now back to New York Yankee baseball.
Well, Leonard Bernstein also prefers Stein instead of Steen. He will correct people saying Stein, not Steen.
Stanley had something in his eye. Plate umpire Larry Barnett assisted him. He seems to be okay and steps back in. 0-1 pitch. On the outside corner, strike 2. Former American League president and now a member of the Hall of Fame, Joe Cronin, here as guest of the Yankees today. This pitch did it hit the bat handle? I don't think so. Just inside. They spread out on Stanley. The outfield not too deep in right or center. Deep man is the left fielder, Lowenstein. Strike 3 call gets the outside corner. Stanley stands there as if he doesn't believe it. Second strikeout for Peterson. And up Ollie Bonds, who bounced out to third his first time up.
Frank, last night when Bonds hit that ball with 2 men on base, I thought for sure that was going to be a home run, and maybe it died. It was caught right at the wall. I thought that ball was out.
You know, they'll fool you sometimes. I don't know why. Ball gets up there sometimes just like it hits a wall or something. Just almost comes straight down. Bonds takes high and inside for a ball. Other times you see a hitter just take a smooth, easy swing and the ball jumps out. Ball 2 is blown outside to him. 2 balls and no strike. Lou Piniella is on deck. There is no score here in the bottom half of the third inning. Fritz Peterson, a left-hander, on the mound for the Tribe. No windup. Here's the pitch. High and outside. Ball 3. Bonds looking down at third base coach Dick Hauser. Elston Howard coaching at first. And the 3-0 delivery. Strike called as they had Bonds taking. Bonds this afternoon in the heat with sweatbands on both wrists. 3-1 pitch. Ball 4 inside, and Bonds is on. Second walk given up by Fritz Peterson.
Frank, you know what? I think it'd be interesting to explain. I don't know it. You might. What they do with signs. Billy Martin, new to the team this morning. Now, do they use the same signs? Does someone tell Martin what the signs are, or does Martin put in his own signs?
I would imagine that he wouldn't change the signs. I think he and Dick Hauser probably have their own set of signs. He'll let Hauser know, and then Hauser, I'm sure they'll use the same signs. All right, look to first base for Bonds. The pitch, Piniella, low and outside. A Peterson fastball. Piniella doubled down the right field line his first time up, and that's the only Yankee hit in the ballgame. 1 out. Bonds at first. Powell holding. Peterson looks over there. Bonds, a very short lead, does not go. The pitch is outside to Piniella. 2 balls and no strikes. I'm sure that Billy Martin and Dick Hauser sat down for a little while and just Billy told Hauser what his signs were. But as far as Hauser's relaying to the players, it'd be the same.
Now, Hauser has to think of 2 different signs now.
Throw to first base, safe. Nothing pitch. Strike call.
Remember the great Chuck Dressen story when he managed the National League All-Stars and the great sign stealer? He said, you guys just look for your own signs. I know them all anyway. I'll flash your signs to you.
2-1 pitch. Bonds is going, and it's fouled straight back below it. Bonds is not getting the jump that he did before he hurt his knee, and that, of course, is understandable. So that knee is not 100%. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Lou Piniella. No score, bottom half of the third inning. Peterson checks first. Bonds does not go. Piniella lines the base hit to left field. Bonds will have to stop at second. Now he's going to try for third as the ball is bobbled in left. Go to third base, and he is out. Lowenstein bobbled that ball momentarily. Bonds elected to try for third, and Lowenstein threw him out to Buddy Bell covering. On the play, Piniella stayed at first. A single for Lou Piniella. Bonds is out, 7-5. Piniella now 2 for 2, has the only 2 Yankee hits in this game. 2 down, and Roy White the batter. White takes a strike. White fly to center field his first time up. Pitch on the way, low and outside. Another guest of the Yankees today, former National League President, Mr. Warren Giles. Peterson has Ellis' side. But Ellis short lead at first. The pitch to White is ripped foul past third. Now Lowenstein will chase the ball down in left field, give the ball boy a little help out there. No score. 2 outs. Piniella at first. A ball and 2 strikes to Roy White. Peterson looks in, comes set, and the pitch. Hit in the air. Well, through 3 innings of play, Yankees no runs, 2 hits, 1 error. Indians no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. And as we go to the 4th, ready to step in with the play-by-play, here's my good buddy, Bill White.
All right, Frank Messer. Only 3 base hits in this ball game, 1 by the Indians and 2 by the Yankees. 1 error. That's by the New York Yankees. Rick Manning, the center fielder's in. Yankees play him straight away. Nettles in close to third base. Manning bats left-handed. Dobson's first pitch, an overhand curveball. It's a called strike. Manning singled to center field in the first inning, stole a base, went to third on Munson's throwing error, but he was left stranded when Hendrick struck out. Inside, 1-1. Dobson rocks, kicks, and deals a 1-1 delivery. Overhand fastball is fouled back, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Detroit's taking a 2-1 lead over the Boston Red Sox. Red Sox batting bottom of the 4th. Tigers have Vern Rule on the mound. The Red Sox, Rick Wise. Minnesota leading Chicago 2-1 after 5.5. Here there's no score after 3. Pitches bounce over the mound. Alomar up behind second. Off balance throw won't be in time. The ball skips past Chambliss. Munson backing up, and he'll wait a minute. The ball gets into the dugout, and Manning will go on to second base. And we'll get the scoring ruling. I know there'll be an error on Alomar, and we'll see if they'll give Manning a base hit or not. Manning down at second base. He gets a base hit. The bases score evidently feels he would have beaten that bouncer out. Alomar gets an error as he throws the ball into the Yankee dugout. So Manning down at second base with nobody out, and that'll bring on George Hendrick, the center fielder. He's been up once, struck out on a wide breaking curveball. Indians threatening here in the 4th inning. Pitch to Hendrick. Fastball outside. Mets lead Pittsburgh 1-0. Pirates batting in the bottom of the 5th. Dauber sets. Checks Manning at second base, and the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Ball to strike. Hendrick looks like he's trying to go to the right side. Now Dauber bends down, looks in for his time from Munson. He's got it, straightens up, stops at the belt. And the 1-1 delivery. Bounce slowly toward third base. It's going to kick foul. Nettles let the ball roll because Manning was already at third base, and Hendricks would have beaten it out at first base. So the count now, ball and 2 strikes, as Hendricks has that long walk back to the home plate. Well, Boston must be doing something. Arroyo now pitching for Detroit in the 4th inning. Red Sox went into the bottom of the 4th, down 2-1 to the Tigers. Of course, they went into the bottom of the ninth, down last night 7-6, and they won at 8-7. Been playing excellent baseball. Now Dobson sets. Checks Manning at second base. The 1-2 delivery. Big sidearm curveball, swung on and missed. And Hendricks strikes out for the second time this ball game. Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification. This is the New York Yankee Baseball Network.
This is WATR 1320 on your dial, Waterbury. Mostly sunny, hot and humid this afternoon. The high temperature is in the 90s. Fair, warm, and humid tonight. The lows will be in the 70s. Right now in downtown Waterbury, an even 100 degrees.
WATR. Lead, that'll bring on Boog Powell, the first baseman. Luger's been up once, bounced to second. 1 out, 1 on. No score, top half the 4th inning. Yankees and the Indians, the second game of this 4-game series. Powell takes down low ball. 2 games tomorrow. It's also banner day here at Shea. First game will start at 1 o'clock. The Yankees intend to use Doc Medich and Larry Gura. Cleveland will use Rorik Harrison and Don Hood. Hood a left-hander. Here's a 1-0 pitch now to Boog Powell. Down low, 2 balls, no strikes. On deck is Oscar Gamble, the designated hitter. Dobson taking a lot of time. Fairly good size old timers day crowd here at Shea. Now Dauber's ready. And the 2-0 pitch to Powell. Curveball's in there. Called strike. It's 2-1. The Yankees have their shortstop Fred Stanley out behind second base. He's holding Manning there. Not only holding Manning, he's back there just in case Powell reps the ball up the middle. So the Yankees almost have 3 infielders on the right side of the diamond. The outfield plays straight away. White giving just a little bit of room down the left field line. Here's the set by Dobson. And the 2-1 delivery. Runners going inside corner. Strike through the third. They've got him. Munson throwing a strike to Graig Nettles. And Manning is cut down trying to steal. The put out, 2-5. Big break for the Yankees. Manning figured he can outrun Graig Nettles at third base. Munson threw a strike there. Nettles slapped the ball on Manning for out number 2. Oh, the count now 2 balls, 2 strikes on Powell, 2 out, nobody out, no score, 4th inning. Now Nettles goes over and plays shortstop. As the 2-2 delivery comes on, change up that's outside, and the count is full on Powell. Yankees have Nettles, Stanley, Alomar, Chambliss around the infield. White, Blatt, and Bonds in the outfield. Munson flashing signs to Pat Dobson. Dobson's won 9, lost 11 so far this year. And the payoff pitch to Powell. Fastball bounced to shortstop, and Graig Nettles, the third baseman there, fires on the first base, and they've got Powell. Technically, the put out 5-3. No runs, a base hit, no errors. Check that 1 error. That's by Sandy Alomar. And nobody left on base. We go to the bottom half, the 4th inning. Yankees nothing. The Cleveland Indians nothing.
There's a feeling around. It's America's sound. Keeps people feeling free. Free to choose a new way. Free to stand up and say, you be you and I'll be me. When you catch that thirst for living, then you need what Pepsi's giving. A Pepsi lift, a Pepsi gift, feeling free. Yeah, join the Pepsi people. Feeling free, feeling free. Join the Pepsi people. Feeling free, feeling free. All across the nation, it's a generation. Here to stay, feeling free.
Thurman Munson will lead off for the Yankees as we go to the bottom half of the 4th inning. No score in the ball game. Munson walked in the first inning. Thurman's batting .311. He has 7 home runs. He's driven in 65 runs. That's tops on the Yankees. Graig Nettles has 62 runs batted in. And Bobby Bonds with 51. And Chris Chambliss with 48. Peterson rocks, kicks, and deals. And Munson checks the swing. And he takes down low for a ball. Now Thurman wants the ball looked at. And Larry Barnett examines it. Gives it back to Johnny Ellis. 1 ball, no strikes to count. 1-0 delivery. Swung on line, base hit center field. Munson digging around first base, takes a big turn, but he'll hold there as the center fielder Manning gets the ball into the shortstop Duffy. So Thurman Munson picks up the Yankees' second base hit in this ball game. Check that, the Yankees' third base hit in the ball game. Piniella doubled in the first, singled in the third. Now Munson singling, leading off here in the fourth. He's at first base. That'll bring on Graig Nettles at third base. And he's been up once, bounced back to Peterson. Nettles takes outside a ball. Yankees in third place in the East, 10 games behind the Boston Red Sox. Pitch to Nettles, a called strike, sidearm curveball. The count's even, a ball to strike. Fritz Peterson was the last Yankee pitcher to win 20 games. He did it in 1970. Fritz won 20 and lost 11 that year. 1-1 delivery to Nettles. Line right back to Peterson, knocks it down. Goes to second for the force there on Munson. Ball ripped right back to Peterson. He grabbed it. Dropped out of the glove, spun around, went to second base, and Duffy in time for the force out. So they forced Munson 1-6. Piniella on at first base. Check that. Nettles on at first base. 1 out, and the batter's Chris Chambliss. Peterson got in front of that line dry. Luckily he had his glove up. That would have gotten him right in the forehead. So now Nettles at first base with 1 out. Chambliss is in. He bounced back to Peterson in the second inning. Chambliss came into the ballgame batting at .291. They play him straight away. And Chambliss takes low and away. Good stop by Johnny Ellis. No score in the ballgame. We're in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Nettles at first base and 1 out. Powell playing behind Nettles. The pitch, Nettles is going it on the ground. Base hit right field. Nettles around second. He'll go to third. And the Yankees on a hit and run have runners at first and third. Only 1 out. And it's up to Rick Bladt. Yankees moving Nettles, something they seldom did in the past. Nettles went all the way to third base as Chambliss hit a ground ball in the hole between first and second. The Yankees stretching. Runners at first and third, only 1 man out. And Rick Bladt, the center fielder's a batter. He's been up once, flies to center field. Blatt bats right-handed. He's been up 11 times. And he has 3 base hits. Chance to get the Yankees on the board here in the bottom of the fourth. The set by Peterson and the pitch. Check swing. He went too far to call strike. Oh, my goodness. The Boston Red Sox picked up 5 runs in the bottom half of the 5th inning. They lead the Tigers now by a score of 6-2 after 5. Those Red Sox are really hot. Squeeze! Run to first base. They're going to let it roll. And it's a foul ball. Perfect squeeze situation. Nettles would have scored easily. That ball had to be let go, and Powell let it go. It got about 3/4 down the line, rolled foul. Powell kicked it out. Oh, Nettles now walking back to third base. Chambliss is all the way around second base, almost to third. He'll go back to first. On the bottom of the fourth, the Boston Red Sox scored 5 times. And they now lead the Tigers by a score of 5-2. Check that, 6-2. 6-2 Boston after 4. Now time is called. Blatt has something in his eye and backs off. The Yankees had a perfect opportunity to squeeze. Alert playing by Boog Powell, letting that ball roll. Here's the 0-2 pitch now to Blatt. Swung on it, fouled back. Peterson tried to jab him with a fastball. The count still no balls, 2 strikes. Graig Nettles at third base. Chris Chambliss on at first. 1 man out here in the bottom of the fourth. No score. Peterson likes the sign from Ellis. Now he sets. Check Chambliss at first base. And the pitch. Breaking ball hit on the ground to Powell. They stop Nettles, and Powell makes the tag at first base. Nettles had to stay there at third base as Powell looked at him, and then Boog tagged flat as he went by, moving into second base to Chambliss. So the Yankees now runners at second and third, 2 men out, and the batter Sandy Alomar. Give Powell a put out unassisted there at first base. Alomar has been up once and he struck out. That was back in the second inning. Ellis now out talking to Peterson. On deck is Fred Stanley, the Yankee shortstop. Peterson looks over at Buddy Bell. He tells him to make sure he's in close enough to pick up a bunt. Now Powell moves in a little closer at first base. Everybody else straight away. Here's a pitch to Alomar. Breaking ball is in there for a called strike. No score here in the fourth inning. The Yankees have runners at second and third and 2 outs. Peterson rocks, kicks, and deals the 0-1 pitch. Swung on it in the air to right field. Hendrick is there. Coming on a couple of steps, and he's got it for out number 3. No runs on 2 base hits, and the Yankees leave 2 men on. After 4 innings of play, the score, the Yankees nothing, the Cleveland Indians nothing.
Now here's a word from America's oldest lager beer.
Schaefer is the one beer to have when you're having more than one.
Did you know that the Schaefer people are the oldest and most experienced lager brewers in America? It takes experience to brew any fine beer, but it's taken a little bit more experience to brew Schaefer, the one beer fine enough to give you flavor that never fades. And if you'd like to experience the result of all that brewing experience, all you got to do is give a couple of frosty cold Schaefers a try.
Back here at Shea, we go to top half of the 5th inning in a scoreless ball game. Yankees no runs on 4 hits to try, but no runs on 2. And Oscar Gamble, the designated hitter, is in for the Indians. Gamble's been up once, bounced back to Pat Dobson. It'll be Gamble, Bell, and then Jack Brohamer for the try. Curveball is in for a strike. Cleveland's been tough on the Yankees this year. They've met 6 times. The Cleveland Indians have won 4 of them. Yankees won 5-4 last night as Catfish Hunter chalked up his 14th win. The 0-1 pitch to Gamble is too high. It's a ball to strike. Gamble batting just under 250. Has 7 home runs and 23 runs batted in. The 1-1 pitch, fastball that swung on it, missed the ball at 2 strikes. But just put the Red Sox Tigers score up on the board. The Red Sox 6, the Tigers 2 after 4. 1-2 delivery, curveball, pop foul. That'll be back on the screen and out of play. And the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Now Dobson gets a new baseball. Larry Barnett is umpiring behind the plate. Hank Morganweck at first base. Marty Springstead at second. And Don Dinkinjohn at third base. Dobson taking a lot of time. Still looking in for a sign. And Gamble backs up. Supposedly Pat Dobson said he likes this kind of weather. He's the only one on the ball club that likes it. 1-2 pitch. Curveball in the dirt. Scooped by Munson. The count's even 2-2. Normally pitchers like a little cooler weather. But the Dauber evidently likes it hot. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Gamble takes down low, ball 3, and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the payoff pitch to Gamble. Hit in the air to center field. Blatt's there, flips the glasses down, having a little trouble with the sun. Coming on now, and he's got it. 1 away. Here's Buddy Bell, the tribe third baseman, set up 1, struck out. Bell calls times. He wants to dig a little stretch there for his right foot. Now he's ready. That's right-handed. Takes outside a ball. His rookie year, this kid hit the ball well. He hit the ball the opposite field, left center, right center real well, but lately he's been trying to pull everything. Here's a 1-0 pitch to it. Swung on it in the air to deep left center. White's over there. That ball is up against the wall. It's against the wall back in towards center field. Bell digging around second. He'll go to third. The throw there will not be in time. And Buddy Bell has tripled off the wall in deep left center field at the 371 mark. Ball really carried against the wind. We mentioned to you earlier, the wind's blowing from the left field foul pole toward the right field foul pole. And Bell got all of that one. High up off the wall over the head of Roy White. Ball bounced back into left center field. Blatt got it and threw to third base, but not in time. So Buddy Bell on at third base with only 1 out. And the batter is Jack Brohamer, the second baseman. And the Yankees will bring their infield in. And Dobson's going to set. And the pitch to Brohamer. This is outside. The Yankees might have been expecting the squeeze. Brohamer's been up 1 fly to left field. He backs out, looks down at Dave Garcia, his third base coach. Bell taking a walking lead off third. Dobson checks it. And the 1-0 pitch. Curveball is just a little too low. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Now Dave Garcia, the third base coach, goes over and he says something to Bell. He backs up just outside the coaching box at third base. Bell moves off third. The set and the 2-0 pitch. Too high. 3-0. On deck is Johnny Ellis, so Dobson just might be pitching around Brohamer. You got to feel if he gets this one close, Brohamer will be cutting at it. Let's see. 3-0 pitch. In there, called strike. Didn't move the bat off his shoulder. 3-1. Dobson checking that baseball out. Now he looks in for a sign and sets. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Swung on line, right to Chambliss. And Bell goes back to third base. Listen to that hand for Chris Chambliss as he moves quickly to his right and back into that ball for out number 2. Chambliss with a diving backhand stab, robbing Brohamer of a base hit and saving Dobson an earned run. At least temporarily. Bell still at third. 2 outside. Here's Johnny Ellis, the catcher. He's been up 1 line to Blatt center field. Bell moving off third base, and the pitch to Ellis. Breaking ball is in there for a called strike. No score here in the top half of the 5th inning. No score here in the top half of the 5th inning. The Indians have Bell at third base with 2 outs. And the pitch to Ellis. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes. When Dauber gets in trouble with right-handers, he seems to go to that 3/4 sidearm curveball. He got Hendrick, struck him out in the first inning with a man at third base and only 1 out. strikeouts so far. Here's the 0-2 delivery now to Ellis. Bounced foul. Ball hit foul ground, bounced up and hit Ellis on his shoulder, and bounced once again in foul territory. Well, the count's still no balls and 2 strikes. By winning last night, the Yankees went 2 games over 500. They won 53 and lost 51. 10 games behind Boston. And they've played 5 innings now in Boston, and the Red Sox lead the Tigers 6-2. Rick Wise still on the mound for the Red Sox. Rule started for the Tigers. Arroyo in there now. 0-2 delivery to Ellis. Overhand fastball is down low, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Dobson looking over the on-deck circle. And the Frank Duffy, the shortstop, is there. Now the right-hander sits. And the 1-2 pitch to Ellis. Fastball hit in the air, foul down the right side. That'll be way back to the seats. And the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. They played 6 in Minnesota, and the Twins lead the White Sox 2-1. After 6 in Pittsburgh, the Mets lead the Pirates 1-0. After 2 in Chicago, the Cardinals nothing, the Cubs nothing. And here's Shea. With 2 outs, a man at third base. The Yankees nothing, the Indians nothing. Now Dobson with the new baseball. Checks Bell off third, and the 1-2 delivery. Breaking ball is fouled off again by Ellis. And the count remains 1-2. Now Munson calls time. He wants to talk to Pat Dobson. The Yankees have been throwing Ellis the breaking ball away. John has been hitting the ball toward the right side. He's trying to go the right side, which he did well the last couple of years. Chokes up on the bat. Just a little bit different hitter than when he left the Yankees a few years back. I think he started that his last year with the Yankees, trying to hit the ball to right field. Before that, strictly a pull hitter. Sort of killed him at Yankee Stadium. Here's a 1-2 delivery now to Ellis. Fastball down low, and the count's all even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's good to see Joe DiMaggio and Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays. Mays made a great catch in left field. Sandy Alomar lost the ball in the sun in the Old Timers Day game. And DiMaggio moving effortlessly in center field to catch a fly ball. 2-2 delivery to Ellis. Hit in the air on foul ground on the first base side. No play for Chambliss. He'll run out of room. He'll be about 10 rows back. The count remains 2-2. Would have been some kind of outfield with Mays and Mantle and DiMaggio. Tommy Henrik wasn't bad either. Old Reliable can still catch a fly ball. Dobson looking in at Munson. Taking a lot of time, setting. Checking the runner at third base and the 2-2 pitch. Hit on the ground to Nettles. And he bobbles the ball, jumps up with it, throws the first in time. Ball was hit right to Nettles. He bobbled it, kicked it, picked it up, and made his play in time to first base to get Johnny Ellis. No runs on, 1 base hit, no errors by the Yankees, and a man left on base. We go the bottom half of the 5th inning. Yankees nothing, the Indians nothing.
There's never been a better time to buy a new car than right now at Collins Chrysler Plymouth, 1200 Wolcott Street, Waterbury. Because the friendly folks at Collins Chrysler Plymouth are making some of the best deals ever on 1975 Chryslers and Plymouths, and on their fine stock of late model used cars. Stop by tonight or tomorrow and see what we mean. Collins has been in the automotive field for over 50 years and is one of the largest Chrysler Plymouth dealerships in New England. Their service facilities are unsurpassed anywhere. So for a great deal on great cars, see the good sports at Collins Chrysler Plymouth, 1200 Wolcott Street, Waterbury's only authorized Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Take advantage of Chrysler's 1-year unlimited mileage new car warranty. And remember,
All used cars are late models and have been fully reconditioned by the master mechanics at Collins Chrysler Plymouth and are in tip-top shape.
WATR.
Fred Stanley will lead off for the Yankees as we go to the bottom half of the fifth inning. A scoreless ball game. Only 7 base hits in the ball game. 4 by the Yankees, 3 by the Cleveland Indians. Stanley's been up once and he struck out. Takes low a ball. And the next pitch is hit in the air to left field. Moving back to left fielder Lowenstein. And he runs it down the middle of the warning track just before he bounces up against the wall. So Fred Stanley driving John Lowenstein, the middle of the warning track at the 371 mark and left center field, and there's one away. That'll bring on Bobby Bonds. Bonds has bounced to third and he's walked, so he's 0 for 1. And Bobby takes the strike. And the next pitch is down low. It's a ball to strike on Bonds. And the next delivery, a breaking ball, he calls strike 2. Ball and 2 strikes on Bobby Bonds. There's 1 out, nobody on here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. The Yankees nothing and the Cleveland Indians nothing. Peterson rocks, kicks, and deals a 1-2 pitch. And a fastball is hit foul off the third base side. Buddy Bell has a play. And reaches in, and he doesn't get it. Buddy Bell went in there, and I believe he might have got his tongue hung up on that railing there. And he comes back out holding his stomach. Some fans comes away with the baseball. It's a ball and 2 strikes on Bonds. Bell better stay away from those Yankee fans down there. Come out there, he won't even have his glove. Is that right, John Sterling?
Yeah, it's tough to catch in enemy territory anyway. Although Boston fans took a home run away from Rick Miller on the Monday night game, I guess it was last Monday.
But I went ground rule double?
No, I got a home run.
Oh, gave him a home run?
Yeah, a fan took it away from Miller in the right field seat, right by the foul pole.
1-2 pitch to Bonds is outside, and it's 2-2.
Because I wouldn't want to be that fan in Boston.
I won't do anything to it. 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball down low, kicks off the glove of Ellis back toward the Yankee dugout. And the count is full now on Bobby Bonds. You enjoy the Old Timers Day game, John?
Oh, it's great. You know, I mentioned on the air that that's one thing that hasn't changed. I really enjoy that as much as I did when I was a kid in the 50s.
Here's a payoff pitch to Bonds. Swung on, fouled back. Bonds with a good rip of the fastball. And the count's still 3-2. Facing those guys, the Old Timers still have the same movement. It might be a little slower.
That's really what I said.
Mannerism.
Yeah. Really what I said. Erskine throwing the ball overhand like he did and such.
Instead of 90 miles an hour, it's about 40. Same motion. Payoff pitch to Bonds. Swung on him and struck him out. 2 away. Bonds strikes out, and that'll bring on Lou Piniella, the designated hitter. What's been the reaction, John Sterling, to the Yankees firing of Burton and the hiring of Martin?
Well, I heard a little bit coming to the park at 9:30 this morning for the press conference, and I think people were pretty happy about Martin coming here because he's an ex-Yankee and they like the battling kind of manager. I'll find out tonight, or today really, right after the game. We'll probably do a whole show on Martin and Burton. I'm sure we will. What's your reaction?
Personally?
I'm kind of sorry for Burton. I think Martin's going to be a great addition to the Yankees. I really do.
Why? Piniella swings and doesn't get a fastball. No ball.
Well, first of all, I think most ball clubs pick up when they get a new manager. And Martin seems to get the most out of his players. He's had success wherever he's gone. I don't think there's any question about his ability.
Fouled back. No balls, 2 strikes on Piniella.
But you know what I really believe? I believe that if the players don't get hurt, the pitchers pitch well, and they're good players.
Anybody can manage.
Yes.
Right. Here's the 0-2 delivery to Piniella. Misses inside, the ball and 2 strikes. Of course, Virgin fans will say, here's a guy who was snake bitten. Yeah. When the Yankees lost all their outfield.
Sure.
At this point. A lot of them still playing under a little bit of duress. Not really 100%. Only thing, when you sign to manage, you know you're going to eventually get fired. Piniella fouls next pitch off on the right side. That's out of play, and the count remains a ball and 2 strikes. 2 men out, nobody on, no score. We're in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Let's see, how many managers have bitten the desk already?
This is the 3rd this season. Right? Chris Martin's been involved in 2 of them. Martin and Jackson McEwen and now Bill Burton.
You think about firing guys in the middle of the year? I'll put you on the spot. Can't now. This ball popped up to second base. The second baseman, Brohamer, with the glasses there. He's got it for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down for the Yankees. We played 5, and at the end of 5, Yankees nothing. The Cleveland Indians nothing. Why aren't you in Miami Beach right at this minute? I sure like to be there. Is there anyone you know who isn't going or hasn't been there? Miami Beach is where the action is. Where the action is in Miami Beach is at the Montmartre Hotel. Montmartre Hotel is big, it's gorgeous, it has 3 pools and a big cabana club. And there are 500 feet of private beach, white sand, tropical gardens, and something that makes Montmartre uniquely the Montmartre. Okay. The French touch that means great food and elegant decor. The Montmartre combines the feel and flavor of the French Riviera with excitement that only could be on Miami Beach. And Montmartre is moderately priced. Come enjoy the free golfing, go marlin fishing, dance away the nights, and bring the kiddies because we have supervised entertainment and counseling for them so you can be free to enjoy yourself. For reservations, see your travel agent or call our toll-free number, 800-327-4737. For a free brochure, write the Montmartre, Miami Beach, Florida, 33140, 47th Street on the ocean. Let's pause 15 seconds for station identification. This is the New York Yankee Baseball Network.
This is WATR 1320 on your dial, Waterbury. Mostly sunny, hot and humid this afternoon, highs in the 90s. Fair, warm, and humid tonight, the lows will be in the 70s. Right now, 99 degrees in downtown Waterbury.
WATR.
Well, back at Shea, we've got John Sterling. John, you're going to be on right after the ball game. As you mentioned, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of calls about the Yankee managerial change. You know, I wonder myself what will now happen to the Yankee coaches.
Well, I think that was asked of Billy during the press conference this morning, and nothing for the time being, obviously. I guess next year there'll be a change.
He usually brings his own people with him, Silvera and Fowler.
Well, most managers do.
Frank Duffy, who's been up once, fouled out. Top of the 6th, no score in the ball game. Duffy bats right-handed. Swings on an overhand curveball, hits it in the air to center field. Blatt's there. Moving back, glasses down, 1 away.
You know, sometimes fans and writers, media, even players, I guess, management give up on the season too early. And there might be a lot of excitement left in New York baseball this year. Martin believes the Yankees get back in the race. The Mets are en route to winning their 3rd straight at Pittsburgh, getting into that race. Might be a great August and September.
Well, in baseball, you can never tell. John Lowenstein takes the change up in for a strike. Seen a lot of runaways turn into close pennant races. Right here in New York.
Well, of course, the famous one.
The Giant Dodger, right?
You know, last year, Bill, I went away for a week near, I guess, the end of August. And the week I was away, the Yankees went from 6 or 7 games out to 1 or 2 games out. Remember the game in Chicago. They scored 18 to 19 runs. This Saturday night, I got back that night.
0-2 delivery now to Lowenstein. Swung on. Lined right to the shortstop. Stanley who makes the backhand catch. And they're 2 out. Stanley moving to his right. Back into that ball. Shoots up high. Fred Stanley last night who made the grab on that looper going out to the shallow left field saved that ball game. They saved the tie.
I told Frank before on the air that may have been one of the best defensive plays on a pop-up I've ever seen by a shortstop or second baseman or third baseman, whatever. Then coming as it did with 2 out and the tying run scoring. Great play.
Here's Manning. He takes outside a ball. No score. Top of the 6th. So far, Dobson has limited the Cleveland Indians to just 3 base hits. Overhand curveball chopped to second base. Alomar has it. Spin throws. He'll not be in time. And the ball gets past Chambliss, but this time Munson's backing up a little different angle. And a base hit for Rick Manning, his 3rd base hit in the ball game. He has 3 of the 4 Indian hits, all singles. So Manning on at first base with 2 outs, and that'll bring on George Hendrick, the right fielder.
George Hendrick.
Hendrick has been up twice against Dobson, struck out both times. Manning, a good base runner. Single and stole a base in the first. Single and got shot trying to steal 3rd and the 4th. Throw the first base, he gets back. Manning now has stolen 11 bases. There's a set by Dobson and the pitch. Bounced back up the middle, through Dobson's legs, out over second base in the center field. Manning digging around second, going for 3rd. The throw there is not in time. Manning gambling, going from 1st to 3rd. Holding at first base is George Hendrick. So now the Indians runners at 1st and 3rd, 2 down. That'll bring on Boog Powell. That'll bring on a tough Boog Powell. He's bounced to 2nd and bounced to 3rd. Powell is over 2. Hit his 16th home run last night against Catfish Hunter with nobody on. Now Dauber sets, checks the runners off 1st and 3rd, and deals to Powell. Fastball hit deep to right. Boog Powell just got a fat Dobson fastball and hit it well to fence in right center field for a 3-run home run. And the Indians now lead 3-0. Powell his 17th home run, and he now has 55 runs batted in. Oh, the Indians striking with 2 men out here in the top of the 6th. They now lead 3-0. Here's Gamble. Oscar takes a breaking ball for strike. Single by Manning. Another single by George Hendrick. And a home run by Boog Powell, all with 2 outs. Dauber's next delivery, change-up, misses outside the ball to strike. Looks like Sparky Lyles getting up, he'll start throwing in the Yankee bullpen. 1-1 delivery, change-up, hits pass, Munson all the way back to the screen. 2 balls and a strike on Gamble. And the 2-1 delivery. Overhand curveball is high, 3-1. On deck is Buddy Bell. 16th home run this year, given up by Pat Dobson. Overhand curveball is low and Gamble walks. So Oscar on at first base, 2 men out, and Buddy Bell is the batter. finished 6 innings in Boston, and the Red Sox lead Detroit 6-2. Mets lead Pittsburgh 5-0 after 6. The Cardinals lead the Cubs 1-0 after 3.5. Here's the pitch to Bell. Check swing is called strike anyway. No balls in the strike. Left side infield playing Bell to pull. And the 0-1 pitch, a pitch out. And Gamble did not go. 1-1. Chambliss holding on Gamble. Oscar went back to first base laughing. The Yankees outguessed themselves. Now Munson peeking around Bell at Dave Garcia, the third base coach. As the Dobber gets the sign and sets. Gamble easing off. He's not going. Curveball hit center field. Base hit. Gamble around second base. He'll go to third. Blatt's throw there will not be in time. It's cut off by shortstop Fred Stanley. So once again, the Tribe now runners at first and third with 2 outs. The batter is Jack Brohamer. And here comes Billy Martin. Sparky Lyle got up a couple of minutes ago and started losing up, and Martin wants Lyle. Jack Brohamer, a left-handed hitter, is in. And the Cleveland Indians have runners at first and third. So the new pitcher, Sparky Lyle, is making his way to the mound. You know, John, Sterling, these are the things we're talking about. You know, you can change managers, you can change owners. But I guess the toughest thing in baseball is changing players.
Yeah, the Yankees have made a lot of changes, and this year, that's the biggest word in life, I guess, and certainly in baseball. And, you know, people didn't know that there were going to be the injuries. People didn't know that the pitching staff would be as inconsistent as it's been. Sparky Lyle's an example of been one of the better relievers in baseball, and this year hasn't had that kind of a year. And when you manage, you send players out to do things, or you give signs to do things. Then it depends really on execution.
So you're doing your call-in show. What has been the consensus of people? Because I think part of baseball is fan reaction about this year's Yankees.
No, I think great disappointment, Bill. The season isn't over yet, but just great disappointment that what they thought would happen happened.
We're talking to John Sterling of WMCA Radio, and he'll be on right after the ball game. I'm sure he's going to get a lot of questions about the Yankees, about the changes on the Yankees, and about baseball in general, because we always like to listen to John going home. And you're not getting ready to leave me, are you? You're not getting ready to leave me, are you?
No, momentarily.
What time's your show going to be at? As soon as the game's over?
Right.
Well, I hope I know you're listening to you. I know you're a Yankee fan. And I hope they don't get on you too much.
No, that's, I think, part of it, right? That's the beauty of it.
You know, John, that's one of the reasons I don't like the designated hitter rule. I think that a lot of baseball, and listening to the MCA and listening to you talk baseball is basically a game that can be discussed now, as soon as the game is over. Other sports, the head coach might say, I can't tell you until Monday after I see the film. Or he might tell you got to go to the guard coach or go to the tackle coach and find out. And the tackle coach, he'll put you on. But this is one game, I think, that discussion of the game itself is so important. And I think that during a ball game, there are probably 3 or 4 times that a manager has to make a decision as to whether to let that pitcher in, take him out for a pinch hitter. And I think this is good for baseball.
Yeah, I heard you. No, I heard that you expressed that viewpoint before. I think it's a good one. Really, baseball is a game that can be discussed as it's going on. Just after every pitch, the action stops. Now, do you send the runner? Do you have the batter swing away? Do you pitch out? A moment before, Dobson missed a ground ball up the middle. Turned this game around. Powell hit a home run after that.
And that discussion is going on by the 40,000 people here. They all can see what's happening. They all think they know what should happen.
Right.
And I think that's the importance of baseball, and that's what makes baseball so popular. Everybody knows how to play the game, and everybody knows what should be done.
It's a very easy game to manage. You know, you don't have to have intricate plays. It's just who you're starting and when do you pull the pitcher and things like that. So you make a good point.
Sparky Loud on relief of Pat Dobson. Runners at first and third, and 2 men out here in the top of the 6th. The Indians lead 3-0. Throw the first base. It got him. Buddy Bell leading towards second base, and Sparky Loud picks him off round number 3. But the Indians pick up 3 runs on singles by Manning and Hendrick and a 3-run home run by Boog Powell. They pick up 3 runs on 4 hits, and they leave a man on base. So the bottom half of 6th inning, Cleveland 3, the Yankees nothing.
There's a feeling around this America town. Pepsi people feeling free. Free to choose a new way. Free to stand up and say, you be you and I'll be me. When you catch that thirst for living, when your need for Pepsi giving, a Pepsi live, a Pepsi give, oh, I'm feeling free. Oh, join the Pepsi people, feeling free, feeling free. Join the Pepsi people, feeling free, feeling free. It's a Pepsi generation. Here today, to stay, feeling free. Oh, feeling free. Yeah, Pepsi people.
Now the Indians now have a 3-0 lead and go to the bottom of the 6th, and Roy White's in for the Yankees. White's been up twice, slide both times to center field. Fritz Peterson and the Tribe with a 3-0 lead. We're about 2/3 through this ball game. White hits one deep to left in the corner. Stays fair. It's going to be trouble, and it is. A home run just inside the left field foul pole. Indians now lead 3-1. A home run for Roy White. It's the Getty round tripper. And for his Getty round tripper, White will receive some Getty gift certificates. Well, John Sterling, what do you think? There's a big argument going on down the third base line.
That's funny. I was going to ask you the same question.
That looks like a home run to me. It's on the fair side. Actually went in on the fair side.
Right, and I don't think there's any... I don't know what the argument is. Maybe our angle isn't as good as Bell's at third base. But if the ball was on... If it was near foul, it would have struck the pole. And that ball went on the... There's a mesh screen that sticks out, 2 or 3 feet. And the ball went in from that side, to me.
Yep, I agree with you. Frank Robinson now out talking to the third base umpire, Don Dinkinger, while at home plate, Johnny Ellis and the first base umpire, Hank Morgenwecker, going after him.
Well, what I meant to say was, it isn't like it was that close a call, because if it was just a pole, your vision might be obscure, but there's a little mesh screen that sticks out there.
And that's about a 3-foot mesh screen, isn't it?
Right. And that's what I would get, too. So the ball had to be out that far.
So Frank Robinson still talking at third base with the third base umpire. Of course, Frank's got the worst seat in the house. He's got to see that ball. He's at a bad angle.
Well, Bell reacted, and Ellis reacted, and, of course, Fritz reacted. You know what? It really doesn't matter if he's arguing. No way you can look at that again and see the ball come back, so it's going to be a home run.
Nope, you can only do it on instant replay, and of course the umpires don't worry about that. Roy White with a home run has cut the Indian lead now to 3-1. For White, that was his 9th home run of the year, and he now has 40 runs batted in. That'll bring on Thurman Munson. Walked the single to left field, so he's 1 for 1. And the Indians now get somebody up and warming in their bullpen. Right-hander Jim Bibby. So Bibby up and getting loose. As Munson backs out, time is called. We're at the bottom of the 6th. The Tribe leads 3-1. Peterson's delivery now to Munson. Hit on the ground. One hopper to Bell. He's got good hands. Straightens up and fires to first base and got Munson. 1 down. baseman is the batter. He's bounced back to the mound, bounced into a force out. 0 for 2. Peterson did like the first sign, and Nettles backs off. And time is once again called. Now the pitch to Nettles. Swung on, miss. No balls in the strike. Minnesota leads the Chicago White Sox 4-1. White Sox batting in the top half of the ninth inning. Big, wide, sweeping side-on curveball is fouled back by Nettles. No balls and 2 strikes. Boston batting in the bottom of the 7th. They lead the Tigers 6-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Nettles. Side-on fastball, chopped to first. Backhanded by Powell. Underhand toss to Peterson covering. 2 outs. Here's Chris Chambliss. Chambliss has bounced back to the mound, and he's singled to right field. He's 1 for 2. Bottom of the 6th, 2 outs, nobody on. The Indians lead 3-1. Peterson misses outside with the slider. See him at Hotel Maurice, Omar. 2 balls and no strikes on Chambliss. Miami Beach. You been there? The next pitch is high, 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes on Chambliss. He'll probably take this. The Yankees are down 3-1. We're in the bottom of the 6th, and the pitch is taken in there for a called strike. It's 3-1. And the 3-1 delivery. Swung on, driven to right center field. That'll be a base hit. It'll go to the wall. Chances around first, taking to second. And he'll hold there with a double. Was getting a 3-1 fastball right down the middle, ripped it into right center for a double. And here comes Frank Robinson. That might be all for Fritz Peterson. Told you the temperature here about 86 degrees. 97 degrees. It's got to be hotter than that out on the field. Evidently, Frank Robinson feels that Fritz Peterson's had it. And we're going to get a big right-hander, fastball pitcher, Jim Bibby in for Fritz Peterson. And Peterson gets the hand as he jogs toward the Cleveland Indian dugout on the third base side. We'll catch you up on scores while Bibby comes on. He'll be brought in by the golf cart. Well, we mentioned the Tigers getting pounded up in Boston. Boston 6, the Detroit Tigers 2. The Red Sox batting in the bottom half of the 7th inning in that ball game. Vern Rule started for the Tigers. Arroyo came on in the 4th. Rick Wise still on the mound for the Boston Red Sox. Jack Pierce hit his 8th home run in the 2nd with nobody on for the Tigers, and Gary Sutherland his 5th in the 3rd with nobody on for the Tiger runs. And here's an update. Boston just picked up another run in the bottom half of the 7th inning. So they now lead the Tigers 7-2 after 7. Milwaukee playing at Baltimore tonight, and in the first game of doubleheader, the Minnesota Twins lead the Chicago White Sox 4-1. And that's the final. Minnesota 4, Chicago 1. Blyleven won it, Austin lost it. Blyleven pitched a 5-hitter in that ball game. Later on tonight, Oakland at Kansas City and California at Texas. In the National League, the Mets 6, Pittsburgh 0. Pittsburgh batting the bottom half of the 7th inning. John Matlack pitching for the New York Mets. Keeson, Hernandez, and Demery all pitched for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Cardinals lead Chicago 1-0. The Cubs batting the bottom of the 5th. Porsche against Rochelle. Philadelphia at Montreal later on. Cincinnati and Los Angeles later on. Atlanta at San Diego later on. And let's see. Houston leads San Francisco. It's tied now, 1-1 after one. Von Joshua just hit his 5th home run in the first inning for the Giants. So that score, Houston 1, San Francisco 1, Dierker against Barr. And that's the scoreboard. And here at Shea, Cleveland leads the New York Yankees 3-1. We're in the bottom half of the 6th inning. The Yankees have Chris Chambliss on at second base with 2 outs. And Frank Robinson has taken Fritz Peterson out, and he's brought in Jim Bibby, a big right-hander, to pitch supposedly to Rick Bladt, but it looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter for Bladt. Ed Herman's gotten a bat. He's going to come out and bat for Bladt. Bibby's making his 24th appearance. It's only his 6th brief appearance. He's won 4 and lost 10. And he's pitched 1 shutout. Well, Ed Herman now will face Jim Bibby, as Herman will pitch it for Rick Bladt. Herman batting .238 on the year. He's got 2 home runs. He's driven in 18 runs. A pretty good fastball pitcher, so it's power against power. Bibby with a good fastball. Herman a good fastball hitter.
Ladies and gentlemen, batting for Bladt, number 45, Ed Herman.
So Ed Herman steps in, and Chambliss moves off second base. Roy White led this inning off with his 9th home run of the year, just inside the left field foul pole to get the Yankees on the board. Here's Bibby's pitch to Herman. Fastball drilled to right field. Hendrick can't get to it. Around third base is scoring is Chambliss, and Herman will hold it first. And the Yankees have cut the deficit to just 1. Jumping on the first pitch from Jim Bibby and ripping it into the right field corner. Good fielding play by George Hendrick. Kept Herman at first base. Now we're going to get a runner for Herman. Rich Target will run for Ed Herman. Cleveland now leads 3-2 as Sandy Alomar steps in. Alomar is struck out and he's fly at the right field. He's 0 for 2. Did that batting right-handed against Peterson. Turns around, bats left-handed here against Bibby. Time is called now. Coggins and Ellie Howard. See Howard going over to the Yankee dugout to say something to somebody. They're hidden from our view here. Goes back and talks to Coggins. Calls Coggins off first base. Probably talking about whether to try to steal or not. Rich has a good-sized lead over there at first base as Bibby sets and checks him. Pitch to Alomar. Swung on, line to center field, but right there's Manning. And he's got it for out number 3. Yankees pick up 2 runs on 3 base hits. And they leave a man on base. At the end of 6, the Indians 3, the Yankees 2.
After years of selling only one kind of gasoline, the Getty Oil Company is now selling 2. Getty Premium and Getty No Lead. Which one should you use? Well, if you drive a 71 through 74 car, chances are it can run on a gasoline like Getty No Lead. If you drive a 75, it probably has to run on a gasoline like Getty No Lead. On the other hand, if you drive a car that was built in 1970 or before, you'll get the top performance you want from Getty Premium. But no matter what kind of car you've got, Getty's got what's best for it. Remember, don't waste gasoline. But when you do drive, fill up with Getty. No lead for cars built after 1971, premium for cars built before 1971. Getty, we've got what's best for your car.
Paid attendance here at Shea for the 29th annual Old Timers Day game. Over 43,000. 43,968. We played 6 innings here, and the Cleveland Indians have 3 runs on 7 hits. The Yankees 2 runs on 7 hits. And after we pause 15 seconds for station identification, Phil Rizzuto will take over. Let's pause 15 on the New York Yankee Baseball Network.
This is WATR at 1320 on your radio dial, Waterbury. Mostly sunny, hot and humid this afternoon. The highs will be in the 90s. Fair, warm and humid tonight. Lows in the 70s. Right now, 99 in downtown Waterbury.
WATR.
All right, changing the Yankees defensively. Rich Coggins has gone to center field. And remains in the ball game, as we said, in the batter will be Jack Brohamer, who was at bat when Sparky Lyle picked Buddy Bell off first base, a big play in the ball game. It's the Indians 3 and the Yankees 2. We're in the top of the 7th. Lyle into the windup, and his pitch is low, ball 1. Brohamer has flied to left and lined to first base. On the outside corner, strike call. Sparky winds his pitch low and outside. 2 balls and a strike. The 2-1 pitch is low, ball 3. The 3-1 pitch is ball 4. Little hesitation on the part of the plate umpire, Larry Barnett, but then he said ball 4. So Sparky gives up his first walk. Actually, this is the first man that Sparky pitched to, as we told you. Brohamer was at the plate when Bell was picked off first. So Sparky never did throw a pitch to the plate after relieving Pat Dobson. Dobson pitched a beautiful ball game until that 6th inning, when after 2 outs, the infield hit, single by Hendrick, and the 3-run homer by Boog Powell. Johnny Ellis tries to bunt and then holds up. It's low, ball 1. So Ellis stops back. Sparky to the belt. The kick and the pitch, the runner's going. Ball's hit in the air to right field. Bonds moving quickly. Can't get it. Drops in for a base hit. And the runner goes to third base. They have the hit and run on, and Ellis sliced one down the line that just dropped in fair territory. And now the Indians with another big threat going. First and third, and nobody out. The batter, Frank Duffy, who has fouled at Thurman Munson when he tried to bunt, and fly to center field. And the Yankees pull the infield in. They cannot afford to give up another run. And again, the Yankees have to look for the possible squeeze play with Duffy up there. Brohamer at third, Ellis at first. The stretch. The pitch, he takes it high, ball 1. And now Billy Martin's going to go out to the mound. Have a little chat with Sparky Lyle. Nobody's warming up in the bullpen. But Billy probably wants to use a little strategy right here, as he's talking with Lyle and Munson. They have a base open. Runners at first and third, but nobody's out. Well, let's see what Billy Martin's going to pull right here. All right, 1 ball, no strikes on Frank Duffy. Runners lead away. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1-1. Duffy steps back. Looks down at the third base coach. That's Dave Garcia. Tom McCraw at first base coaching for Frank Robinson. The stretch. And the pitch, swing and a miss, strike two. Sparky really bearing down now and throwing that hard slider. Those two pitches look like the Lyle of old. When he keeps that ball there, I don't care who's hitting. They're not going to hit it, or if they do, will not hit it well. All right, Munson gives the sign. Here's the stretch by Sparky. The kick, the pitch, bounce it at third. They're going to have the runner at the plate. They got him hung up. Munson runs him back, flips to Nettles, and Nettles throws to Lyle, and Lyle tags him out and knocks him down. Good play by Sparky as Brohamer was trying to trip up Lyle. Lyle tagged him and pushed him to the ground. So that's a big play. A fielder's choice play. 5, 2, 5, 1. And now there are runners at first and second with one out. So Billy Martin went out and spoke the magic words. And they got the runner at the plate. Ellis could only go to second, could not go to third. Duffy is at first. John Lowenstein, the batter, a left-hand batter, is flying to left, bounced to second, and line to the shortstop, Fred Stanley. 3-2, the Indians lead in the top of the seventh. Pitch to Lowenstein, high, ball one, and Sparky didn't want to get that up there. He's been throwing that slider down and into the right-handers, and it'll be down and away to the left-handers. Outfield shallow in left, Roy White, Coggins in center. Pitch line to left field. White coming in and makes the catch and throws to second. Oh, the ball bounced over the head. They would have had a double play as Ellis was halfway. But the throw by White bounced in front of Alomar and over his head. Good thing with Chambliss was backing up. The Yankees almost had a double play. So there are two out, runners at first and second, and the batter will be Rick Manning. Manning is 3 for 3, a single to right and 2 infield hits. He has scored 1 run. Oh, the Yankees get out of this one. It's got to give them a big, big lift. There were runners at first and third, nobody out. Now there are runners at first and second, 2 out. And no runner has crossed home plate. Indians lead at 3-2 here in the top of the seventh. All right, Sparky comes set to the belt. Pitch is high and outside, ball one. For the Yankees next inning, it'll be Stanley or a pinch hitter, and then Bonds and Piniella. The kick and the pitch, low and outside. It's 1-1. On deck, George Hendrick. Big doubleheader tomorrow and banner day between games of the doubleheader. The 2-0 pitch, ground ball to third base. Nettles flips to Alomar inside, and what a job. I'd say that's got to really make Billy Martin look good and feel good. And Sparky Lyle, too. The defense was outstanding. No runs, a base hit, no errors, and 2 men left. And at the end of 6.5 innings, it's the Indians 3 and the Yankees 2.
Fortin's does it their way. Makes the best Italian-American food you've ever set a fork to. Fortin's on Rubber Avenue in Naugatuck caters to your appetite 7 days a week, offering nourishing businessmen's luncheons from noon until 2 p.m. and mouth-watering pizza any day you want it. And, of course, Fortin's is now famous for their dinner menu, too. They specialize in seafood, sizzling steaks, and just about every favorite Italian or American dish you can think of. When you lunch or dine at Fortin's restaurant, you'll find the atmosphere adds to your relaxation and enjoyment. Your favorite beverages are available in the attractive lounge at Fortin's, fast becoming the most popular place to join friends and business acquaintances. Yes, Fortin's does it their way, and you can't argue with success. Stop down soon for a delicious meal reasonably priced, served by charming, efficient personnel. Fortin's Restaurant at 560 Rubber Avenue in Naugatuck, where there's ample parking 7 days a week. Come on down to Fortin's.
Holy cow, I just had to flex my muscles for the crowd. And about 8 people jumped out of the upper deck. I think I might have to put my shirt on with this body of mine. All right, Fred Stanley is the batter. The Yankees trail 3-2. Stanley is struck out and fly deep to left and fouls the pitch off the arm of Johnny Ellis. Strike one. Charlie Fox has just come up to join us. Charlie, I was just talking to another manager, although he's in the college ranks, Bobby Richards. You know what he told me? They get ulcers and gray hair managing in college just like big league managers.
That's right. I mean, it's the big thing is you're trying to win. You play every ball, you throw every ball, you catch every ball for the young people that are out there. That's the whole thing. And at the end of the day, you're exhausted.
All right, one strike on Stanley. Jim Bibby into the windup. His pitch is high, 1-1. Kind of exciting here and a little unusual the happenings, Charlie Fox, with Billy Martin taking over for Bill Burden. But you being a manager know what happens to managers.
Well, from the day you sign, you got to figure that one day closer you ought to be fired.
That's exactly right. Managers sign knowing that one day the axe is going to fall. It's 2 balls and a strike on Stanley. Bibby kicks, delivers. It's swing and a miss. It's 2-2. Managing is rewarding, though, even though it is frustrating more times than rewarding.
Oh, there's no question about it. It's combat every day. It's a way of life.
All right, the 2-2 delivery. Foul back into the crowd. That hit a little kid right on the head. I think it was a glancing blow. At least I hope it was a glancing blow. And I hope he turned his head so it didn't hit him in the face. All right, again, the 2-2 pitch. A bouncing ball at second base. Brohamer over to Boog Powell, and there's one away. And with one out, the batter, Bobby Bonds. And here's the man that Charlie Fox has been tutoring all week long here at Shea Stadium. Charlie, how about it?
Well, you know, I had him for 10 years from the day he broke in. And he's got all the natural attributes of being a superstar, and it's just a matter of him putting together and keeping and concentrating.
All right, Bobby's 0 for 2. Fouls the first pitch off, strike one. He bounced to third, walked, and struck out. He was cut down trying to go from first to third on a base hit to left field. Almost made it. That's what makes him an exciting ball player. Not only his hitting and fielding, but his base running. Bibby's pitch, high and tight, 1-1.
See, Philly, the way things are going, I think Bobby, like when we traded Mays off, he feels as if he has to be the man to do the job. He takes too much on his back.
Yep. I said all he's got to do is swing easy, and he'll hit him out of here. Foul left of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
If he could keep his head on the ball like you used to do, Phil, he'd hit 450.
Oh, man, I tell you. Bill Dickey used to say, if I was 6 feet tall, I didn't strike out much, but I'd hit that long fly ball. For me, it was a long fly ball. The outfield would have to come in. But this guy, he does move his head a lot. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Curve and it's high, 2-2.
Billy, God gave you enough. If he gave you all that stuff, we couldn't live with you.
Okay, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. We're chatting with Charlie Fox, who managed the San Francisco Giants for a while, and was in their organization how many years, Charlie?
35.
35. Here's a big 2-2 pitch. High and tight, ball 3, and the Yankee fans want to see Bonds get on. He is exciting when he gets on the bases. 3-2. On deck, Lou Piniella. Jim Bibby in relief for Fritz Peterson. Bibby winds the payoff pitch. A bounce to the shortstop. And he's going to have to hurry. Duffy's throw just in time. Now, Bobby Bonds on 2 good legs would have beaten that out.
Oh, yeah, definitely. No question about it.
But he is limping now. He is
hurting a little bit.
Yep, really hurting. And now with 2 out, here's Lou Piniella. Lou has double to right, single to left, and pops to second base. We're on the bottom of the 7th. The Yankees trail 3-2. Baltimore scoring all 3 runs after 2 out on a 3-run homer by Boog Powell in the top of the 6th. The Yankees coming back with 2 in the bottom of the 6th. Piniella falls down on a curve, high and tight, ball one. And on deck, Roy White. How'd that ball look to you, Charlie Fox? Roy White's ball.
Well, there was a few beats, but the umpire went out a little bit. He looked. He called it fair. That's his job.
High and tight. Piniella goes down again. It's 2-0. Listen to the crowd.
You know, as a manager, we see things the way we want to see them. And as a player also.
That's right. Well, Robinson had to take the word of his third baseman. No way he could see it.
That's right.
All right, 2-0 on Lou Piniella. 2 out, nobody on. Indians in front, 3-2 in the bottom of the seventh. Bibby winds, and the pitch right down the middle. And look at those Red Sox, Charlie.
Oh, they're hot. They've got a bunch of young, good-looking hitters, and they capitalize on it.
Yep, they're leading 7-2, batting in the bottom of the eighth at Fenway. Hit his bat as he tried to check his swing to Brohamer at second. He's up. Flip to first, and Pinella's retired, so Bibby sets the Yankees down in order. And at the end of 7 full innings, the Indians 3 and the Yankees 2.
Now here's a word from the smoothest beer in town. Almost any brewer can give you a good reason for switching to his beer. But Schaefer can give you the 2 best reasons of all. Your first glass of Schaefer and your second glass of Schaefer. They'll convince you that Schaefer is a cut above the others. Because they'll show you that Schaefer flavor doesn't fade. First frosty glass to last. They'll give you more than one reason to switch to Schaefer.
Dixieland Band gets a hand here. And Sparky Lyle will be working the George Hendrick, Boog Powell, and Oscar Gamble. Charlie Fox, how many reports have you had to write up following the Yankees through this current homestand?
Well, I've watched the Yankees for the 10 days now, and I write a report on every game, but specifically what I'm looking at is your pitching. And, of course, I've seen the 3 or 4 clubs that you played against in here, and that's what I really have to concentrate on because they're only 3 and 4 game series. But I will in turn see them in their ballparks, too.
All right, George Hendrick struck out twice, single to center field. Pitches outside, ball 1.
You know, a lot of times you go, what specifically we're trying to see is who can help us. That's the big thing.
Sparky's next pitch is over the inside corner, 1-1. I said there's 2 guys that can help you, Fred Lynn and Jim Wright. We'll try and get them away from Boston.
They can help anybody.
Oh, boy. Foul backing out of play into the crowd. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, we're well satisfied with our left fielder, but I think we'd take Lynn off their hands if they were.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you would. The 1-2 pitch. Foul right in the Indian dugout. Well, Charlie Fox, you're a native New Yorker. Now living in Phoenix, having managed out on the West Coast. Enjoy getting back to the Big Apple?
Well, you know, being a
2-2. Yeah.
Being
quick now. No
fellow that's born in New York, when you're out of New York, you're out among the strangers.
You're just camping out when you leave New York.
That's right.
Miss the pollution, the crowds, the hurry. He just flicked his bat at that ball and dunked one in for a base hit in right field. George Hendrick hit that ball flat-footed. Now, what are you going to write on your report on that base hit, Charlie?
He was fooled, and he's just strong enough in that case. He's a capable big leaguer. Yep. He's strong enough to get a base hit when he's fooled.
Okay. Here's Boog Powell, who did all the damage with a long 3-run homer at the base of the scoreboard. Hit that one back in the 6th inning. Prior to that, he had bounced to second and bounced to short. Nobody out. Hendrick at first. And the Indians in front 3-2 in the top of the 8th inning. Sparky to the belt. His pitch, he's trying to bunt and missed. Strike one. Boy, he took everybody by surprise. And Powell's trying to say he pulled the bat back. No way, Charlie.
No. They're looking for the extra run. They'd like to get this fellow over and then try to get him in.
Oh, man, I'm thinking...
That's one thing you could do, Phil.
Yeah.
Get him over. Move him along.
I'm half his size, though. I'm sure the Yankees are happy that he's trying to bunt. But here's a guy could be fooled and mistake hit a home run. Now he swings and fouls it off back into the crowd.
The only trouble, Phil, if he hits the ground ball, it's a double play.
Yep, you're right there.
And that's something you didn't do.
No? You know, you managers got to think of a lot of things.
Oh, yeah.
I got a fan down there setting the turtle for me. I can't steady. No, you're steady. Oh, it's through the foul. Taking the first time. One ball, 2 strikes. He ever gets on a player. They seem to have one in every ballpark. Sparky's pitch, bounce foul down the third base line. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Chambliss holding the bag against Hendrick.
Yeah, the pro at the plate looks like he's trying to go the other way to stay out of that double play. Always got a big hole between first and second, but that man being held on.
Yep. All right, let's see what Boog does. The older you get, the smarter you get. Sparky to the belt. His pitch is strike 3 called, and Powell knew it. Big strikeout for Sparky Lyle, his first of the ball game. And that brings up Oscar Gamble, the DH. He is hit to the box, fly to center, and walk. Why is it, Charlie Fox, when I say the DH or the designated hitter, everybody in the National League cringes?
Well, I don't know whether they cringe or not, Phil. We're not used to it.
I know you're not used to it.
We like to put a little more pressure on our managers.
Uh-huh. I've heard Olsen say that. He said it takes the fun out of managing. Pitch to Gamble is high, ball 1.
Well, here's a young fellow that can run. I don't think they're worried about a double play with him running.
Nope. That big guy at first base, he runs a little bit like Joe DiMaggio. He's got those long strides, that Hendrick.
If anything, they might hit and run.
All right, let's see. No, he doesn't go, and the ball is fouled at the plate. It's 1-1. Billy Martin, I can see right away, is the type manager likes to play running game and bunting game and anything that might be different.
That's right. He'll try to upset you. He made a fine move last inning, and a lot of people didn't notice. He took Nettles off the line and got him out in the hole.
Right.
The small ball did in between the shortstop and third baseman, and they're all between the third baseman and the third base bag. That was a fine move, and to get out of an inning.
That pitch just outside. Sparky and Munson wanted that one, 2 balls and a strike. Now, that's when the left-hand hitter was up there.
That's right.
Okay. I'm learning. That Charlie's teaching me how to manage.
Try it. You'll like it.
Next year in the Little League, I'm going to try it. The run is going, and the ball is bounced to second base, and the hit and run works. You don't have to get a base hit on the hit and run as long as you advance that runner. Charlie Fox was right again. They had him running and kept out of the double play. They're at 2 out now, but the Indians have a runner at second, and the batter is Buddy Bell. And now Billy Martin, and this is another thing I like about Billy. He goes out, talks to his pitcher. He's going to say, would you want to walk Buddy Bell and pitch to the left-hand batter? Jack Brohamer, who is due up next. Meanwhile, Tippy Martinez and Dick Tidrow are loosening up in the bullpen. All right, Charlie Fox, now just put yourself in Billy Martin's spot.
Well, Billy relates. In last inning, the fellow was really in a jam. He went out there and he told him what he wanted to do. He had the catcher there. He don't leave it up to anyone else. He does it himself. He goes out and he relates. He lets them know in his type of talk, his relationship, what he wants them to do. And they get out of a tough inning. He don't leave it up to the coach. He did it himself.
Right. All right, right now it looks like they're going to pitch to Buddy Bell as Munson gets down and gives the sign. And the Mets have defeated the Pirates. They're making that race close now. Pitch to Bell, foul at the plate, strike one. Let's see, the Mets have beat the Pirates 3 in a row now. And right now the Mets are 6 games behind the Pirates. And only 5 in the loss column.
They got the big item, Philly. They got 3 really good sound pitches.
Oh, yeah. All right, Buddy Bell digging in. Hendrick leads off second base. Lyle kicks, delivers a fly ball. That should do it. White to his left. He's got the room by the track, on the track, and makes the catch. And Coggins almost got hit in the head. Coggins bent down to get out of White's way and almost didn't bend down far enough. Holy cow. But they did it again. No runs, a hit, no errors. A man left at the end of 7.5. It's the Indians 3 and the Yankees 2.
There's a feeling around. It's America's sound. Pepsi people feeling free. Free to choose a new way. Free to stand up and say, you be you and I'll be me. When you catch that thirst for living, then you'll need what Pepsi's giving. A Pepsi lift, the Pepsi gift for feeling free. Join the Pepsi people. Feeling free, feeling free. Join the Pepsi people. Feeling free, feeling free. All across the nation, it's the Pepsi generation. Here to stay, feeling free. Join the Pepsi people. Feeling free, feeling free.
All right, we get ready for the bottom of the 8th inning. And the Yankees need a run to tie. They trail 3-2. They got the men coming up that they want. Roy White, Thurman Munson, and Graig Nettles. Roy White, who batting right-handed, had flied to center twice and hit a long home run. Had quite an argument about it, whether it was fair or foul, but the umpire had called it fair all the way. Roy now 9 home runs and 40 runs batted in. Batting left-handed against Jim Bibby. And the pitch is low, ball 1.
This your big inning right here. You're in the middle of that lineup right now. You'd like to tie it or go ahead right here.
Absolutely. All right, Bell is in at third and near the line. That pitch, there's a hard ground off the glove. That'll be a base hit. Powell did a great job getting to that ball and knocking it down. But he couldn't hold on to it. Ended up in shallow right field. A single for Roy White. And the Yankees have something going. Now, here's a tough decision for a manager. Come on, Charlie Fox. I got you on the spot again.
Well, if I'm managing, he's got to hit because he's my 4th hitter. He's my big guy. He's got to. I'm looking for the extra base hit right now.
Okay, Munson has walked, single to center, and hit a hot shot to third base.
You can play safe and fun.
You can, because then you got 2 left-hand hitters in a row coming up in back of him. But I kind of go along with Charlie Fox. We'll have to see how Billy Martin wants to handle this, though. I said if Billy Martin told me the first time that I second-guessed him on the mic up here, he's coming up and punching me right in the nose.
No, he wouldn't do that.
Yes, he would.
Might bite you in the ear, but he wouldn't punch you.
I room with Billy. So I'm not second-guessing him. All right, White leads the way. Bibby comes to the belt. Throws to first. White is back easily. And a lot of pitchers will do that because some hitters might square around and tip off what they're going to do. Bibby sets again. The pitch. And he was going to bunt and takes it low, ball 1. Boy, Munson had a running start at that bunch.
I think he was faking a little bit. Because I think if he bunts them over, you're going to see a left-handed pitcher against your 2 left-handed hitters.
All right. We got a left-hander and a right-hander loosening up in the bullpen. Maurice, who are they out there? Got the glasses on him. Maurice has been looking at the girls instead of the bullpen. Oh, his girlfriend's listening. I was only kidding. Now, Munson talks with Dick Hauser. Roy White at first base. Nobody out. Yankees trail 3-2, bottom of the 8th. Bibby comes set. Pitch to Thurman. He swings, bounces it. Oh, what a play by Bell. Stops it. Everybody's safe. Buddy Bell almost made a great play. A Baltimore chop that he leaped high in the air, got it in the webbing of his glove. As he came down, it was jarred out of his glove. Couldn't handle it. Both runners are safe, and that should be a base hit. Now we'll bunt. Well, now wait. We might have a problem here. We got to talk this over, Charlie. All right. That's a single for Thurman Munson. I tell you, Buddy Bell almost broke the hearts of the Yankee fans there, and now we're going to have a huddle out on the mound as Graig Nettles comes up. Graig has hit back to the box twice and bounced to first. And Charlie Fox would bunt in this situation. We're going to talk more about it right after we pause 15 seconds for station identification. This is the New York Yankee Baseball Network.
And this is WATR 1320 on your radio dial in Waterbury. Mostly sunny, hot and humid this afternoon. The high temperatures in the 90s. Fair, warm and humid tonight. Lows in the 70s. Right now in downtown Waterbury, 99 degrees.
WATR.
All right, after talking it over with Charlie Fox, we have decided that Nettles is going to bunt. Let's see. Here's the stretch. He wheels and, well, he started to throw to second, held up. You don't walk to second base. And White is back. This is a tough play for a runner at second base, a bunt situation. You can get picked off a lot of times.
Yeah, but if they had a guy like you bunt, it'd be a little different.
Charlie, you're making me feel too good. And Nettles is swinging away. A bounce that's going to do the job. Base hit. Roy White will score. Munson's going to go to third. He's going to make it. Holy cow.
Crossed him up. He crossed him up.
He crossed everybody up and single to right field. White scores. Munson goes to third. The ball game is tied up. And the Yankees have runners at first and third. And the batter is Chris Chambliss, and here comes Frank Robinson. And Billy Martin has been beautiful today with his managerial moves. I hope you're listening, Billy. Never second guess you.
Oh, he's going all out to win it.
Oh, boy. Look at that baseball. That's that new cowhide baseball. The cover was knocked right off it.
But he didn't hit it that hard.
I know he didn't hit it hard, but you notice you touch those baseballs and they're very soft.
Well, some of them give, and then there's others that you get there like hard rock.
He got it. I feel like I'm up here. I go like this and he's here. All right, we got a huddle. A new pitcher coming on, and it'll be the left-hander, Dave LaRoche. Running out there. He wants to get to that mound. Dave LaRoche, who relieved in the ball game last night. And LaRoche will be pitching to Chris Chambliss. So Fritz Peterson cannot be the winning pitcher, nor can Jim Bibby. Bibby could be the losing pitcher. Pat Dobson is taken off the hook. He went out when the Yankees were trailing 3-0. And Sparky Lyle is the pitcher of record for the Yankees. And let's see what Mr. LaRoche has done this year. Yeah, pretty good earned run average, 1.91. He's won 4, lost 3. This is his 41st appearance, all in relief. He has 7 saves. All right, there's the manager looking at the base on balls. He's walked 43. That's not too good.
In 56 innings.
That's not too good, Charlie.
No, it isn't. He struck out 65. So you add the number of walks and the number of hits, and he's had 75 men on bases in 56 innings.
All right, there's a plus for the Yankees. So the left-hander LaRoche will be pitching the left-hand batter Chris Chambliss with the score tied 3-3 here on Old Timers Day. And Billy Martin's debut as a Yankee manager, something Billy has always wanted to do from the time he first put a Yankee uniform on, Charlie.
Well, you know, I know Billy a long time, and I got to be a little partial to Billy. I'm rooting for him. He's my kind of guy.
Okay. All right, Chris Chambliss, the batter. The infield's in. Runners at first and third. The pitch is low and outside. Ball 1. Nobody out. Chambliss, the batter. Rich Coggins on deck. And we're all tied at 3-3 in the bottom of the 8th. LaRoche says, His pitch is a bouncing ball foul, just outside of first base.
Well, I don't know what kind of a punter this fellow's at the plate, but you got to watch Billy. He'll squeeze one in on you.
He does, but Billy told me before the game that there might be a squeeze situation, but he doesn't know the Yankee personnel. He tried it with that kid Rick Bladt. Now, he knew he was a good bunter, and it almost worked. It just kicked foul. That
punt was almost perfect.
Yep. But with Chambliss, he's not sure. And with none out, he'll probably let him hit away. The pitch, way outside, 2 balls and a strike. I would say with 1 out, and Coggins coming up next, is an excellent possibility of the squeeze punt. You notice that word, excellent?
Oh, beautiful. You became eloquent already.
2 balls and a strike on Chris. Runners lead away. The pitch. That's a big hit up the middle. Holy cow. Munson scores. Nettles stops at second, and the Yankees lead 4-3. Billy Martin cannot do anything wrong today. Munson scores. That run is charged to Bibby. The hit to LaRoche, and Bibby is the pitcher of record now, and the Yankees lead it 4-3. Still nobody out, and Rich Coggins the batter.
I'm willing to bet the house and lot he bunts now.
Well, you got to remember now that Sandy Alomar and Fred Stanley are due up next. They could put in pinch hitters, but you're a manager. I've never been a manager. All right, here's the stretch. Coggins squares the bunt, takes an high ball. Charlie Fox gets a star there. He was right on that pitch. Let's see if the Yankees switch.
Yeah, well, I keep telling you, they keep moving. The shortstop trying to beat the runner to third. The second baseman coming over to cover first with the middle of the diamond wide open. Look out.
You know, that's the amazing thing. On a simple thing like the bunt, you got the 4 infielders and the pitcher all moving. It's like a ballet. He squares the bunt, takes it high, ball 2-0. I tell you, Boog Powell won't be able to eat corn on the cob if he swings at one, right?
No, that's right. He's on top of the right on top when he squares around.
About 10 feet from the hitter.
Right now, with 2 balls and no strikes, and they all start moving, you got to be careful.
And Coggins asks for time. He wants to check with Elston Howard.
He's not sure.
He is not 100% sure, and Sandy Alomar. Just, that's a good idea if you're not sure of the signs. Right, Charlie?
That's the only thing to do. That's what the coaches are there for. Especially in the situation right here where it means all the marbles right now.
All right, nobody out. The Yankees, with a big inning going, they've scored twice, leading the ball game 4-3. And they got to win because the Red Sox have already defeated Detroit 8-2. Mets beat the Pirates 6-0. Here's the stretch. He's swinging away, but takes a strike, and the runner's going to steal a base. He's out. Oh, they called him out. Holy cow, with Bell coming in, they had Nettles stealing. And Hauser and Nettles are arguing. Here comes Billy Martin. And Buddy Bell made another great play. He was coming in for the bunt. Coggins took the ball and fired to third. Bell had a dive back, and they said they got Nettles. No way that Martin or the Yankees can win this argument because it's not a technicality, it's an umpire's gut. Right, Charlie Fox?
And how you can't blame. You can argue from now until the sun goes down, but he called it.
If it were rule infraction,
it was a good play because he's trying to beat the...
And I tell you, Johnny Ellis double pumped that time. That's why I thought he would make it.
That's why he's trying to let the third baseman get back.
All right, Billy Martin comes back. Fans love this. Well, Graig Nettles, as we mentioned, is not a threat to steal, but Billy Martin saw what was going on and probably gave that steal sign, Charlie Fox.
Probably did. It was a good play.
Yep, Nettles, that was his first attempt at a stolen base. And listen to the hand Billy is getting as he comes in the dugout. All right, Coggins the batter with 2 balls and a strike. 1 man out. Chris Chambliss down at second base. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the kick and the pitch. It's low, ball 3, 3-1. Sandy Alomar on deck.
Sure would like to have that other run.
Yep. Pitch to Coggins is fouled. That'll be back and out of play. Full count on Rich Coggins.
Get this run in, they can't bunt on you, Phil. You got him going.
Good idea. All right, the Yankees still alive. They've scored twice here in the bottom of the eighth. With a chance to pick up another one, Rich Coggins stands way up on the plate. The payoff pitch is fouled back and out of play. Boy, he butcher-boyed that one. Chopped right down on it.
Never throw a country boy a high pitch.
That's right. And this infield is so hard. You hit the ball on the ground, it's been taking some wicked hops. Again, LaRoche ready. The 3-2 pitch. Low, he walked him.
Part of those 75 men on base.
Yeah. All right, runners at first and second. Now here's Sandy Alomar. Sandy struck out, fly to right, and fly to center. One man out. Outfield playing very shallow on Sandy Alomar. On deck, Fred Stanley. Sandy, a very nervous type hitter up at that plate. Always moving. LaRoche to the belt. His pitch is bounced foul right in the Indian dugout.
I'd like to see him pull a little Rizzuto here and hit one over the first baseman's head.
Yeah, that's always a
Go
good
the other
play.
way.
I said he was trying to hit one by Bell. They play Sandy very shallow at third. Yankees got a big break on that ground ball of Munson. Bell almost had. That's high, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, that hard infield, like you said, that ball bounced awfully high. He made a good play just stopping it.
That's right. Everybody said it's a game of inches, and there, 1 inch lower, he might have had a double play. Runners lead at first and second. The kick and the pitch is line base hit left field. Now let's see. They're waving Chambliss in. The throw will not be in time, and the Yankees lead 5-3. Sandy Alomar hit a bullet to left field, and Chambliss was waved in all the way. And the Yankees now go out in front 5-3.
Now don't hit it to a double play because my man comes up next.
All right, we want to give Bobby Bonds another chance. Fred Stanley is the batter. Stanley is struck out. Robbed of an extra base hit on a fine play by Lowenstein in left field and bounced to second base. Hawkins at second, Alomar at first. Stretched by LaRoche. The kick and the pitch is low, ball 1. Yankees 5 runs now on 12 base hits.
It's a tough way to keep pitching from behind.
Yep. Yankees have had 5 hits here in the 8th inning. Next pitch is foul. That'll be out of play into the crowd down the right field line. 1-1 on Fred Stanley. As Charlie Fox mentioned, Bobby Bonds is on deck. LaRoche checks Coggins at second. His pitch is high. 2 balls and a strike.
Get on that base.
Yep. Load him up. Haven't seen a grand slammer in a long, long time. Ready for the 2-1 pitch. Here it is, and it's high, ball 3. And Frank Robinson is going to come out. I don't think he can stand it any longer. That's got to be frustrating. Who is it, Frankie's first say?
Oh, those face-on
balls.
Oh, they kill you.
Yep. Well, Charlie Fox pointed out in the stats of Dave LaRoche, he is not a control-type pitcher. And that's going to be all for Dave LaRoche.
I'm Long Ji, your host at the new China Luau restaurant, formerly the Jet Palace on Wilk Street.
You're in for a rare treat when you taste the exquisite Chinese, Polynesian, or Tahitian food at the new China Luau restaurant, open daily at 11:30 a.m. The China Luau, formerly the Jade Palace, 699 Wolcott Street, is under new ownership with your host, Lung Ji. Join your friends in their new cocktail lounge for exotic cocktails.
Say, the sound of music with a happy beat can be heard every Sunday morning over WATR. Join your hostess, Sophie Zembruski, for the happiest music in the world. It's the Polish Eagle Show, Sunday mornings at 8 on WATR, 1320 on your radio dial, Waterbury. It's Polish music at its very best.
And now Jackie Brown. So two of the men that Billy Martin traded have been in this ballgame. Jim Bibby and Jackie Brown were both traded when Billy was the manager of Texas to Cleveland for Gaylord Perry. And Billy Martin must have second thoughts now, Charlie Fox. He had a chance to trade Toby Harrah to the Yankees.
Oh, would he have loved to have done that now?
Now, he was asked that question at the press conference this morning. And he had to smile and say, well, I've got second thoughts now. I wish I had traded Toby Harrah to the Yankees. Meanwhile, we got a big huddle at first base with Elston Howard, Sandy Alomar, and Rich Coggins. Three of the brothers down there talking things over. So Fred Stanley now with the count of 3 balls and 1 strike. Should Jackie Brown walk him, this walk will be charged to Dave LaRoche. That's something I learned since I stopped playing ball, Charlie Fox.
Yeah, a few things you learn after you stop. You know, even when you're playing, you like the manners, but then when they hand you the card and say, here it is, you go, oh, my goodness, you got to think for 25 people.
Absolutely. How many ball players do you think know how to keep score?
I'd say about 10%.
That's right. All right, so Fred Stanley, the batter, 3 balls and a strike, 1 out. Yankee runners at first and second. The Yankees lead 5-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Brown sets. And the pitch, tight, ball 4, and that walk is charged to LaRoche, by the way. The bases are loaded, and here is the situation that Charlie Fox and I have been waiting for. Bobby Bonds coming up with the bases loaded and 1 out.
Now, knowing Bobby, if I was there, I'd say, Bobby, the first pitch is going to be a breaking ball, Bobby. Wait on it, sit on it, and whack it.
All right, Bobby's 0 for 3 in the game. He's walked once, struck out once, bounced to third, and bounced to short. The stretch, the pitch is a curve. He went after it and missed it. Strike 1.
It was the curve.
I know, that's what you said, and he went
That's
after
all he's going to get.
This crowd aching for Bobby Bonds to park one. Ground to the belt. Another curve, low, blocked by Ellis. It's 1-1. Hey, Maurice, you have a Yankee book there? First guys. I was just wondering how many Grand Slam home runs Bobby Bonds had.
I would have to say he's got about 4.
About 4.
I know he hit 2 for me, 1 against the Dodgers.
All right. Trying to anticipate. 3 runners lead away. Curve low, ball 2, 2-1. Outfield deep, straight away on Bobby.
They don't have grand slams. They just have home runs, I think, in the front.
Brown sets. The 2-1 pitch. It's popped up. The infield fly rule is called. Bonds automatically out, and Buddy Bell makes the catch of a towering pop fly. 2 men are out, and Charlie Fox was right. Bobby Bonds had 4 Grand Slam homers. Lou Piniella, the 9th Yankee to bat here in the bottom of the 8th. Lou has double, single, popped to second, and bounced to second. Bases remain loaded. 2 out now. And a base hit now.
Gives you 4-run lead, and they have to hit a grand slam to catch it.
Okay.
So this is the big one. Right here. It's always the big one.
Sweet Lou Piniella can come through with the big one. Stanley at first, Alomar at second, Coggins at third. Outside ball 1. Some of the old timers stopping by. Luke Gowen, Hank Bauer, Mel Allen,
Bob Shirley, this was by.
Shirley, the 1-0 pitch. Is a ground ball to first base. Powell up with it. He'll make the play unassisted. And so for the Yankees, they pick up 3 runs on 5 base hits. There were no errors and 3 men left. And at the end of 8 full innings, it's the Yankees 5 and the Indians 3. Say, remember the last time you had a flat at night on a busy highway? Well, you can do something now to make sure that when flats or other road emergencies happen, you're ready. It's called Ready Night. It's an emergency kit with everything you need to get your car going again. Mel Allen uses it all the time. It's got an aerosol tire inflator, resealer, booster cables, emergency blinker light, a red safety baton flashlight, a safety light, reflector vest, and a gas siphon pump. Also an SOS pendant and a first aid book. All in a handy Ready Night emergency kit. So if you send $14.95 in a check or money order to Ready Night, Box 4400, Grand Central Station, New York, 10017, you'll get it. No, Mel, just send that $14.95. No cash, please, by the way. To Ready Night, Box 4400, Grand Central Station, New York, 10017. New York State residents include tax. Remember, you'll feel safer knowing that Ready Night is there.
It's coming, WATR Day at Waterbury Municipal Stadium. Your chance to see the Waterbury Dodgers in action absolutely free as the guest of WATR Radio. Get your free tickets at any of the banking center locations in Cheshire, Wolcott, or Waterbury. And that's not all. It all begins at 7 p.m. with the WATR All-Stars, call it what you will. Al Destro, Jay Clark, Clint Collick, and Lou Morton, and all the gang. In a special game starting at 7 p.m. August the 5th against the Dodger management, and that includes Judge Fred Mascola, Duke Doble, Bob Loomer, and the remainder of the Dodger management superstars. Remember, it's a once-in-a-lifetime shot, and that's all we're good for, and it's free. Tuesday, August 5th, the Waterbury Dodgers in a regular game preceded by the WATR All-Stars and the Dodgers management superstars. Get your free tickets at any of the banking centers in Cheshire, Wolcott, and Waterbury. And remember, the supply is limited. Try it.
Do you like it?
Great fun. Hold him here in the 9th inning, will you?
Okay, Mel, thanks for stopping by. And Graig Nettles was ejected from the ball game. How do you like that? Here's Rico Carty batting for Brohamer. He takes a strike. Where's Andy Terry? Oh, he left, huh? Okay. Rico Carty batting for Jack Brohamer. We're in the top of the 9th. The Yankees lead at 5-3. Sparky winds. His pitch is looped into center field, coming on fast, cocking, digging, can't get it. Drops in for a base hit. Lyle made a good pitch. He hit Carty right off the hands, and Rico, strong as he is, looped it in a shallow center for a base hit. And now Johnny Ellis the batter. All of a sudden I see a pair of feet hanging down from the upper deck. Very dangerous. We're going to have a runner. Let's see, that looks like Ashby, number 32. Let me check that. Nope. Crosby. Let's see, 32. Nope, that's Don Hood. Well, 0 for 3. Don Hood, a pitcher running for Rico Carty. And the batter, Johnny Ellis. Nobody out here in the top of the 9th inning, and the Yankees leading 5-3. Sparky Lyle. His pitch to Ellis is high, ball 1. Ellis has lined to center, bounced to third, single to right. The pitch is popped up, but it'll be back over the Yankee dugout and into the crowd. Oh, 2 kids reached for it, came down and hit a man in the back of the head. Not too badly, though. A glancing blow. Knocked his glasses off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out in the top of the 9th. Been an exciting day, old-timers day. Billy Martin, the new Yankee manager. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Monty Irvin just stopping by to say hello. All the old-timers going by. Sparky sets. His pitch is line to left field. Roy White going back on the warning track. He's there now, makes the catch. And Ellis just didn't quite get under that one. A break for the Yankees. A line drive to left field, one away. And the batter now, Frank Duffy. Duffy fouled him with Thurman Munson when he tried to beat out a bunt. Popped it up in the air. Fly to center and bounced to third base. That was a big play when he bounced to third because the Indians had runners at first and third with nobody out. One away in the top of the ninth. Hood leads away at first. The pitch to Duffy. Broken bat liner to Stanley. Beautiful play by Fred Stanley. I tell you, he has been outstanding. It was a broken bat, humpback liner that Stanley had it timed perfectly. Leaped and backhanded it. And that saved a big, big inning. 2 men are out. And let's see who'll be coming up now for John Lowenstein. Holy cow. We gotta have a batter coming up. Lowenstein is scheduled a bat. And we're going to need a helmet down there for Don Hood. The other one didn't fit him. Meanwhile, nobody is coming out to hit. Billy Martin's going to take time to go out and talk to his pitcher again.
Got your vacation wardrobe all set? Now, hold on. What about your car? Is your old model really going to give you the service you need on the open road, or are you in for troubled driving? Get down to Nathan Hale Buick, 481 Meadow Street in Waterbury, for a vacation set of wheels that'll take you anywhere dependably. Tony Serra of Nathan Hale Buick wants to take this opportunity to thank those of you who helped him meet his recent General Motors sales quota. Now, in return, he's continuing the big discounts on new 6-cylinder 75 Skylarks, Centuries, and Apollos, and also on 74 Opals at below dealer cost prices, all fully equipped, air conditioning optional. Top trade-in values in time for your vacation at Nathan Hale Buick.
For the ninth, and the Yankees lead it 5-3. All right, Hood at first base. Stretched by Lyle. Pitch to Robinson. Strike on the outside corner. Good slider by Sparky. Lyle ready again. The kick. The pitch. Little bit low. It's 1-1. Sparky has allowed 3 hits, and all 3 have been bloopers. By Johnny Ellis, by George Hendrick, and by Rico Carty. Ready for the 1-1 delivery. Here it is, and it's low, ball 2-2 miles. Outfield deep on Frank Robinson. They'll give him the single, but not an extra base hit. Sparky Lyle sets. His pitch, swing and a miss. It's 2-2. And you know Sparky is trying to get the ball down. That ball was up. Munson's saying, get it down, and Sparky's putting his hands up in the air, saying, I couldn't help that one. He got away with a pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. The Yankees lead by 2 in the top of the ninth. This crowd is really buzzing. They'll explode if he strikes them out or gets them out. All right, Sparky ready. Checks the runner. His pitch, bouncing ball to third. Brinkman has it, goes to Alomar. The ball game is over.
There's a feeling around, it's America's sound. Pepsi people are feeling free. Free to choose a new way, free to stand up and say, you be you and I'll be me. When you catch that thirst for living, then you'll need what Pepsi's giving. A Pepsi lift, a Pepsi gift for feeling free. Join the Pepsi people. lot of nice little extras that I know.
They've serviced 4 million transmissions. Agency. Yes.
When your car's transmission needs repair and you want it back fast, take it to one of the AMCO centers in the greater New York area. They do things right. Don't be surprised by the nice little extras at AMCO.
All right, a big win for the Yankees as they defeat the Indians 5-3. For the Yankees, 5 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors. For the Indians, 3 runs, 10 hits, no errors. The winning pitcher is Sparky Lyle, and relief his record now 3 wins, 5 defeats. The losing pitcher, Jim Bibby, and Bibby's record is 4 wins and 11 defeats. And before we go into the heroes in the ball game and Billy Martin's first win as a new New York Yankee manager, we're going to pause and we'll be back in just a moment.
Hear the faraway sound of a mellow flute and the electric lilt of the sitar. See yourself on a sun-drenched beach, watching the clear blue water roll. Tasting the smooth, mellow flavor of some fine, cold beer. Not just any beer, Schaefer beer. Because Schaefer is the one beer that keeps rolling on with flavor that never fades, glass after frosty glass. And a beer that stays as smooth and fine as Schaefer is a beer that plays like music to your thirst. Schaefer. It's the one beer to have when you're having more than one.
All right, in the ball game, the Indians broke on top with 3 runs in the 6th inning after 2 were out. Dobson was pitching a strong ball game. Then Manning got an infield hit. Hendrick singled to center, and Boog Powell hit a 3-run homer. That turned out to be all the scoring as Lyle came on to pick off Buddy Bell at first base and then keep the Indians from scoring and picked up the win. The Yankees, meanwhile, scored 2 in the 6th, a home run by White that they had a big argument over whether it was fair or foul, a double by Chambliss, and a pinch single by Ed Herman. Then, in the 8th inning, Roy White singled off Powell's glove. Munson singled off the glove of Buddy Bell. Nettles singled to right to drive in White. Chambliss singled to center to drive in Munson. Then, on a play where Nettles tried to steal third, he was thrown out on a good play by Buddy Bell and Johnny Ellis, and then Nettles was ejected from the ballgame for arguing. Rich Coggins walked, and Alomar singled to drive in another run, and that's the way it went. The Yankees win it 5-3. And so, Sparky Lyle is the winning pitcher, and from Polio, Sparky Lyle, today's winning pitcher, will receive a gift basket filled with Polio ricotta, mozzarella, and other fine Polio food products. And today's Butterfinger Award has to go again. Let's see. Well, we got a couple of choices to make. Thurman Munson made 2 beautiful throws. I think we're going to give 2 Butterfinger Awards today to Thurman Munson and to Fred Stanley. They certainly earned their Butterfinger. And Bill White's going to get a Butterfinger Award, too. He didn't drop the mic all day. Did a beautiful job, had a rosin pine tar, wasn't 18 inches from the microphone. And now for the Schaefer points, that's right. Let's see, the Schaefer points. We're going to have to give Sparky Lyle 4 Schaefer points. Roy White, for his home run, single, scoring twice, and driving in a run, will get 3 Schaefer points. And let's see who got the game-winning hit. Chris Chambliss got the game-winning hit. We're going to give Chris 3 points. So that's the way it is. A reminder that this program was brought to you by authority of the New York Yankee Baseball Club under rights purchased by the Manchester Broadcasting Company. Any rebroadcast or other use of this play-by-play description without written consent is prohibited. The next Yankee broadcast will be tomorrow afternoon when the Yankees meet the Indians in a doubleheader here at Shea Stadium. That game will start at 1 o'clock. We'll be on the air at 12:45 with the pregame show. Our engineer today was Dan Bartolucci. Our producer was Maurice Tunin. And now this is Phil Rizzuto along with Bill White, Frank Messer, and for Don Valentino saying so long from Shea Stadium in New York. Once again, the final score, the Yankees 5, the Indians 3.
game has been brought to you by the Schaefer Brewing Company of New York. Remember, Schaefer is the one beer to have when you're having more than one. And by Getty, the company that would like you to shop around for premium gasoline because more often than not, Getty has the best prices. And by Polio Cheese Italiano, New York's favorite ricotta and mozzarella for over 75 years. When it's time to play ball, get up to home plate and bat against inflation by shopping the Cross County Center in Yonkers. Pile up a winning score in shopping values throughout Cross County's famous stores. Stores like Gimbel's, Wanamaker, Wally, Lubin, Wallace Corning, Lerner Shop, Franklin Simon, Paperback Booksmith, Woolworth, Walgreens, and many, many more. Big stores and little stores, specialty shops and fashion boutiques like The Gap and Roman. Restaurants like Wilster's and the Red Coast Grill. Finance supermarkets, service stores. A great team of merchants determined to give you more of everything, especially value and savings. Enjoy Yankee-style bargains in the heart of Yankee country. The Cross County Shopping Center in Yonkers, where the New York Thruway meets the Cross County Parkway.
Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to the Yankees postgame show. This is Phil Rizzuto filling in for our buddy Dom Valentino. Dom coming along very well, by the way, in the hospital out in Minneapolis. He appreciates all the cards. He said he has received over 700 Get Well cards. And that really has cheered him up and has speeded his recovery. So on the postgame show, we'll give you the scores in the American League first. Right here at Shea Stadium, the Yankees defeated the Indians 5-3. Billy Martin making an auspicious managerial debut. How do you like that? Billy Martin went out to the mound about 4 times, and every time he went out, whatever he told his players, they performed. So it's got to be a big plus. I know Billy is very, very happy for that big win in front of a big crowd here for Old Timers Day. Other scores, the Red Sox continue to roll. They beat the Tigers 8-2. It was 8 runs, 13 hits, no errors for the Red Sox, 2 runs, 8 hits, and an error for Detroit. Rick Wise, the winner. Byrne ruled the loser. 2 home runs in the game, and the Tigers got both of them. Jack Pierce is 8th, and Gary Sutherland is 5th. The other American League game, in the first of 2, Minnesota beat the White Sox 4-1. For Minnesota, 4 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors. For the White Sox, 1 run, 5 hits, no errors. The winner, Bert Blyleven, and the loser, Claude Osteen. And we'll be back with the National League scores in just a moment.
You must have a comment on politics, entertainment, religion, taxes, economy, ecology, Watergate, and my favorite subject, sports. Hello, I'm John Sterling. You know, that's what WMCA is all about. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. At 489-1155, you can express your viewpoint on all of the above and talk it over. With Ken Fairchild in the morning, Bob Grant in the afternoon, Leon Lewis and Joan Hamburg during the midday, Barry Gray and myself in the evening, Richard Hayes and Malachi McCord on weekends. The point is, whatever you want to talk about, whenever you want to talk about it, we're ready to listen. Hey, what you say? WMCA. WMCA.
All right, in the National League, the Mets won another big ball game as they shut out the Pirates 6-0. For the Mets, 6 runs, 8 hits, no errors. For the Pirates, no runs, 5 hits, no errors. John Matlack, the winner. Bruce Keeson, the loser. No home runs in that game. The Cardinals shut out the Cubs 4-0. Force, the winner. Rochelle, the loser. For St. Louis, 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors. And for the Cubs, no runs, 4 hits, and 1 error. One of the game underway right now at the end of 5 1/2. It's Houston 6 and the Giants 3. Dierker for Houston. Barr started Caldwell in the 6th. Joshua got his 5th home run for San Francisco, and Thomason got his 3rd in the 5th. for the San Francisco Giants. So that's it for the wrap-up here. And for Don Valentino, this is Phil Rizzuto saying so long, everybody.
This is Dialogue Radio 57, WMCA, New York.
In New York,
Abdul-Jabbar, Raiders, Cesar Cedeno, Mets, Muhammad Ali, Giants, Bobby Orr, Bullet, Earl the Pearl, Fighting Street, Joe Namath, Nick, Steve Carlton, Pirates, Jack Nicklaus, Nets, Willie Nastasi, Rangers, the Big O, Vikings, Bobby Ho, Jets, Dick Allen, Islanders, Larry Zonka, WMCA Sports, John Sterling.
It's 19 minutes before 6. Good afternoon, everyone. It has been, to say the least, a highly unusual day in sports, an exciting day, a thrilling day, a wilting day, and a very long day. And we are obviously going to take your calls on the preeminent subject of the day, the Martin Verdon affair. But I'm going to bring you into the press conference, and you'll be able to hear exactly what went on in the people's words. So I think you'll enjoy that very much. So stay tuned, and in a couple of minutes, we'll go to the press conference. I got a phone call at about 7:30 this morning from Marty Appel, advising me of a major press conference that was to be held in the press room at Shea Stadium. And, of course, I spoke with Ken Fairchild on the air this morning, and then I went to the press conference, and I recorded it. And rather than giving you my views, I'm going to allow you, which I think is a good idea, maybe a little slow, but to hear what goes on. You will hear Gabe Paul very quiet. You will hear Billy Martin speaking very, very quietly. And I stood on the edges and listened for over an hour to all of Martin's views. So you'll be able to hear that, as I say, or as they say in radio, in just a minute. Of course, the Yankees won their game. The Mets won their third straight in Pittsburgh and are very, very, very much back in the National League race. We might talk about the college football game last night. It was one of the better of those games, and Steve Bartkowski looked excellent. So we'll be here till 8 o'clock for the next 2 hours and a quarter, and we'll get to the press conference at Shea that I recorded live this morning, introducing Billy Martin as the manager right after this.
Introducing Merle Haggard for Ford pickups.
If you want a strong running, long running pickup truck, this is the summer you're in luck. Ford is a showroom for pickup loving men. Prices will never be this low again.
You want a really rugged pickup? Check out Ford's new F-150. It's a heavy-duty half-ton that runs on any kind of gas. The F-150 gives you a bigger payload than Chevrolet's C10 Heavy Duty. It has a more powerful standard engine and is priced lower than Chevy's C10 Heavy Duty, too, based on a comparison of manufacturers' suggested retail prices for comparably equipped vehicles. See Ford's F-150 Heavy-Duty Half-Ton. It's summer price now at your local Ford dealer.
Ford is a showroom for pickup loving men. Its prices will never be this low again.
United Airlines has 9 daily non-stops to California, including 6 wide-body DC-10s and 747s. They're big on space, big on comfort, and big on friendship service to Los Angeles and San Francisco. You'll enjoy stereo at your seat and a wide choice of meals, including one of United's new bicentennial entrees. And we even have games for the kids.
Taking care along the way, make you feel at home. Welcoming you in friendship to the land you partner on.
So catch the spirit of friendship service with the airline that gives you more of California, United.
The friendly skies of your land, United Airlines.
Ask United or your travelation about United's money-saving bicentennial fares in California.
My dear is Rango, the dry beer. Think of Rango whenever you buy beer. It's refreshing, not sweet. It's the extra dry treat. Won't you try extra dry Rango beer?
the best thing you can do for a friend on a hot summer day? I mean, the one thing that will really be appreciated? I'll give you a hint. It's smooth, it's refreshing, it's not sweet, it's extra dry. And it's as good to your thirst as it is to your taste. That's right, you guessed it. Buy your friend an extra dry Rheingold beer. And you can bet that if you buy your friend a Rheingold, round 2 is going to be on your friend.
It's refreshing, not sweet. It's the extra dry treat. Won't you try extra dry Rheingold beer?
Rheingold Breweries Incorporated, New York, New York, and Orange, New Jersey.
I thought you'd like, although it will take away from putting calls on the air for a few minutes, I thought you'd like to hear what went on at the press conference today. Now, the people asking questions are members of the news media, newspaper men, radio, television people, magazine writers, etc. And the two people talking are Gabe Paul and Billy Martin. Billy Martin has a much quieter voice. We'll go right to the press conference as I recorded it at 9:30 this morning with Gabe Paul speaking.
There's been a change in managers with the Yankees. Billy Martin has been named to succeed Bill Burton as manager of the Yankees. Contract will be for the balance of 1975 and all of 1976.
Can you tell us why you did this?
Managerial moves are very difficult moves, and managing a ball club is a very difficult job. Anything that anybody does, or they have decisions to make, should be, and this is no exception, are made what we consider the best interest of the Yankees.
Billy, what's your reaction?
Well, I'm very happy, actually very proud. Coming back to where you started is probably the biggest thrill that any man can ever have.
So what was the background to this? What have you been doing since the Texas situation? And had this been a dream of yours?
Well, I've been on a mountain fishing for trout with my family, and how they found me up there, I'll never know if they did. And came off the mountain, came to terms, and I'd say anybody that ever played for the Yankees, it would always be a dream to manage them sometime.
Was this something you expected to happen?
Well, I found out that you don't expect anything, basically. You just go along with it.
Billy, what do you think of the Yankees' opportunities now the rest of the way?
Well, I'm always talk optimistic. I think that their schedule is such that with a little luck and everything else, we can give the Red Sox quite a battle.
Bill, the situation with Elliot Maddox, of course, has been one that has been written about. What are your feelings now on this subject?
Well, I've already talked to Elliot this morning, and we both want to win, and things that happen like that could have been blown a little bit out of proportion on both sides, and now that we're on the same side, it'll be a different story.
What was his reaction this morning?
He felt the same way I did.
What sort of plans do you have for this club now?
Well, the only plan I have right now is to get down the field, talk to the players, and kind of spell out the way my thinkings are, and to give 100% and to hustle and see if we can turn it around.
Could you give us a little idea of what some of those plans are?
Well, I'd rather talk to them first.
It's been reported that you have the ability to fire up a team, and possibly this is what the Yankees need. Is this what you plan to do?
Well, I didn't bring any matches with me, but I do plan to talk to them in my own way, in my own style, I guess.
We're going to have more of the press conference. I hope you heard the phone call that he gave Elliot Maddox. Interesting, Phil Pepe alluded to it a bit later in the press conference. I don't know if we'll get that far. We do want to get to the phone. And Pepe said, well, what did you say to him? Did you say, hello, Elliot, this is Billy? And Martin said, yeah. I said, hello, Elliot, this is Billy Martin. Then they had a conversation that they were going to get along. Of course, anyone who doesn't think so just doesn't understand baseball or any sport. Politics makes strange bedfellows. That kind of covers it all. Anyway, we'll get back to the press conference afterwards. Pan Am's World Port at 10 p.m. This flight continues on to Sao Paulo every day except Sunday. Ask your travel agent to make reservations on Pan Am. It's 9 minutes before 6. John Sterling with you till 8. We will take phone calls soon. I thought you'd like to be in on the press conference as it happened at Shea this morning for you to hear Martin's observations and Gabe Paul's observations. Let me say, if we don't get to it, that I think Gabe Paul made the point in the press conference that the Yankees wanted Martin. That when Martin became available, that's when they wanted to change managers. that it wasn't Burton they wanted to get away from. It was Martin they wanted to get. Let's go back to the press conference.
Do you have any changes in mind, any way of shaking up a lineup, shaking up the pitchers? Or...
No, it's very difficult to just come in and shake up the rotation. I have to take a look at it first. And as far as the lineup is concerned, I have to sit down with all the coaches and talk to them concerning how certain batters hit certain pitchers, and this is how the lineup will go.
Bill, when you were let out at Texas, there was some comment by you that perhaps you would never manage again, that another opportunity wouldn't come up.
That's true. Of course, I think every manager feels that way when you've been fired. You feel very, very low at the time, and of course, I was feeling awful bad at the time. Yes.
The fact that you have been fired, though, 2 or 3 times now, does this, in a sense, do you think that this is your last opportunity here?
Well, every time they fire me, they keep saying it's my last. This is the longest I had to wait for a job, though. This was over 7 days.
Nick, can you tell us why this change was made?
Maury, I said before the fellow's in the best interest of the Yankees, and I don't care to expound any further than that.
Does this mean a pennant now?
Pennant, that's a nice thought. Joe?
Can you tell us a little of how this happened and when it happened and where this mountain was?
The mountain was in Colorado. We had a tough time getting in touch with Billy, and left here Tuesday night, spent the night in Chicago, and tried to find out where Billy was. And Colorado's a big state, and they got a lot of mountains, a lot of streams. And we made contact through his father-in-law, Cy Winkler. And the first time that I had any direct contact with Billy was Wednesday afternoon in Denver. And we talked a lot. I guess there were a lot of words that went around, and nothing happened, really. And the agreement was finalized yesterday about, not signed. The contract was signed at 1:30 this morning.
You've been contemplating a change for a while. Can you tell us when, in your own mind, you decided that something had to be done?
Well, I don't think that contemplation of a change is ever a thing. These decisions are made, and there never is a decision until there's a final decision. And the first thing that we wanted to find out was whether Billy was really the man, and you only know that in conversation. We knew his background, we knew his temperament, we knew his pluses, we knew his minuses, and you never know about those things until you sit down and talk. It's just like a ball player. You never know a ball player to have on your own club.
Dave Paul on Billy Martin, and we'll continue with the press conference right after this.
Hi, Anita Bryant here for Summer Juice. 100% pure orange juice from Florida. 100% pure, yet costing the same or less than many carbonated and synthetic beverages. Now that's pure value. Orange Juice, America's summer juice. From the Florida Orange Growers.
Be confident. Shop Pergament, the wonderful one-stop decorating store.
Paints and wallpapers, lighting fixtures,
and floor tiles, wall tiles, panels galore.
Get all the famous brands you know are right.
To brighten up your home, they're out of sight.
And Saturdays till 9, Sundays till 6. Go to Neil's today. Now back to the press conference heard this morning at Shea.
But there must have been something that made you decide to look around for Billy and see if he were available. What was it, the 3-game loss? You lost 3 games to the Red Sox?
Oh, 1 game, 1 series never makes a decision. Of course not. We knew Billy was available. I don't think it was any secret.
When did you decide you wanted concessions as far as how you operate within the framework of the club? Because the last 3 jobs you lost, obviously you lost them with difficulties with management. Not on the field.
Excuse me. The last job I had was a altogether different type of job. Last job I had was a
co-runner of the ball club with Dan O'Brien, the general manager, and I was asked to do things that managers don't normally do. I'm happy to say right now, all my duties are right now is just to manage, and I like that very much.
Are you going to get into things like player trade? Apparently, say a great deal of say.
Well, I had to complete the last say in Texas, but here I'd just be consulted on it, which the manager always likes, and I'm sure my word will be heard and honored, but as having the final say, no.
Billy Martin, that's an important thing on trades. One more point came up later in the press conference, and I'll get to that just right after this. I recorded it at Shea at 9:30 this morning.
What about the coaches?
As far as right now, the coaches will remain, and I'd just like to see and study them the rest of the year.
How about the two boys, buddies?
My two buddies? Well, that's true. I'll have to wait to see about that, yeah.
You're 10 games behind. What do you rate the chances of bringing this club?
Just very quickly, the two buddies are Mantle
and
Ford.
As far as I'm concerned, being 10 games behind doesn't mean you're out of the picture at all. And you have I just check and look at the schedule. You have a very good chance to make up those 10 games. You play, I think, the Red Sox 5 more times. And if we can close the gap between now and then, I think we'd be in good shape.
Billy, did you ever dream of managing the Yankees?
Not really. When I played here under Singleton, nobody ever dreamed of managing under him. But when I managed other ball clubs, I always hoped that maybe the opportunity would come, but never thought it would.
Did you watch the game last night?
Yes. No, I didn't watch it. I heard it on the radio coming in.
Oh, you hadn't arrived yet?
No, I hadn't. We got in there awful late last night.
Well, basically, they asked more of the same, and I reiterated the Maddox story that Martin called them up by phone right away today, and they're going to get along peachy keen. And they will, by the way. If Maddox knee recovers, he's such a tremendous player. Managers have to get along with their players, and Billy gets along very well with his players. 10 minutes after 6, 489-1155. Back with your phone calls after this. Going to do it. 489-1155. Your phone calls. WMCA John Sterling. Hello.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir. How are you doing?
Not too bad. I think it's a good move that the Yankees have made. I don't say that I'm dissatisfied with Bill Varden. I think he made an effort. And, you just got to look up. I want to thank you for doing what you did with the press conference. That was a great idea. Got a lot out of it. And, what can I say? You just got to look up. I'm a Yankee fan for a long time, and just hope that maybe this will be the best thing that happens.
Well, I think my feelings are very, very much like yours. They're mixed. I'm really glad to see a dynamo like Martin there. First of all, there's no one who's going to argue about Martin's managerial abilities now. And on the other hand, that's why I made the point, and why Gabe Ball made the point about Verdon. Verdon is a very, very classy, strong gentleman who coincidentally, or ironically, ironic is a much better word, I guess, was the co-manager of the year last year with Martin. So, but I'm, this is, we've been talking about Billy. Oh, I know the point I wanted to make. Excuse me. Billy Martin, I was going to say this is where Billy Martin belongs. In 1973, when Martin and Detroit were agreeing to disagree, people were calling out, and the Yankees were out of the race. People were saying Martin, Martin, Martin. That almost came to being. And Martin said today at the press conference that Bob Short, in fact, if we had continued with the press conference, you would have heard this, but I got to take some phone calls. That Bob Short signed Martin 23 games before the end of the season, not just to get a look at his team, Texas, not just to bail him out of a bad situation, but so that no one else would sign him. And I never realized that before either. And so Mike Burke would have hired Martin as the new manager, apparently. If anyway, isn't that surprising?
It is. It's really.
And so, but Short had signed him up, and then over the winter, the Yankees tried to get Dick Williams, and and now that's all history.
Well, listen. Did anybody talk to Verdon? How did he really feel?
Well, I talked to the writers that talked to him last night. And how did he take it? And he took it like he takes everything. He's
Was it a surprise to him?
Well, of course. I mean, all these things are shocks. And things are going to be fired in the middle of the season. But he's a real man, and he took it standing up, chin out, and shoulders back, and all that jazz. And I'm sure that Verdon's going to get another job soon.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
we're going to get back with more calls after this.
Most people's biggest investment is their home. But their second biggest investment is their car. So protect it with Quaker State, the #1 selling motor oil. Regular changes from Quaker State can help reduce costly engine repairs. Made from Pennsylvania-grade crude oil, you'll find it more places than ever. Your second biggest investment is well worth the investment in Quaker State.
Quaker State, your car. You keep it running young.
State Farm agent John Chipness of Aliquippa, Pennsylvania.
The average person purchasing life insurance doesn't really understand it. It's the duty of the State Farm agent to make the person visualize exactly what the life insurance contract will do for them, to be able to understand exactly what he's going to receive in the future at the time of need. This is the role of the State Farm agent.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
There are many fine restaurants in New York. Discover another one, the Swiss Center Restaurant. Continental food with a Swiss touch and specialties rarely found elsewhere. Friendly and attentive service. We do everything possible to have you really enjoy your lunch and dinner at the Swiss Center Restaurant, 4 West 49th Street. Open 7 days a week. Free parking for dinner guests.
Right now, the Swiss Center restaurants want to send you to Switzerland. That's right, you can win a vacation for two in Switzerland. 2 lucky people will fly to Switzerland via Swiss Air and spend 7 glorious days in beautiful Switzerland with all hotel and air accommodations paid for you. So enjoy the best Swiss cuisine right here in America, and then fill out an entry blank at the restaurant or send your name and address on a postcard to Switzerland, care of WMCA, New York, 10019. No purchase necessary. The winners will be selected by a random drawing and announced on the Ken Fairchild Show on August 27th. You'll love the food and the mood at the Swiss Center restaurants in Rockefeller Center. WMCA, John Sterling. Hello.
Hi, John. How you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
Very good, thanks. What do you think of Billy Martin now? You think he's going to turn around the Yankees?
Gee, it'd be great to answer that the way a politician would answer that, but I can't answer questions like that. I think Martin's an excellent manager. I think the Yankees have a lot of good players, and I think if Sparky Lyle pitches like he did today, and the pitching staff is consistent, and Maddox comes back, I think the Yankees are going to win a lot of ball games because they have a good team.
You think a manager can make a difference?
Well, if 2 teams are dead even, then a guy managing who has his players up and hustling and battling, right, is going to make the difference. But the key is, how are the players playing? Did you hear Phil Rizzuto today near the end of the game?
About the coaches?
Yeah, he was saying he and Charlie Fox, the former manager of the Giants, were trying to manage, and they were having a good time. And Rizzuto was saying, Dean Martin hasn't done a thing wrong yet. Well, the point is, he was kidding. The point is, when he allowed Nettles to swing away, first and second, no one out in the 8th.
Oh, they got the singles.
Well, the thing is that Nettles did a single.
Yeah.
If Nettles didn't double play, what would you be saying about Martin?
I know, bro.
Yeah, you understand. Thank you, sir. 489-1155, WMCA, John Sterling. Hello.
John, what's your opinion of World Team Tennis?
You mean watching it?
As a spectator.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Yeah, the matches are very, very fast. They've cut away the deuce and the ad. They've gone away from most of the traditions of tennis. It's a very, very fast game.
Actually, I think there's one problem.
What?
I think that sometimes it's really bad when the match can be predetermined before the end.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, well, that's true of, that's a good point. It's true of swim meets and track meets, right. For people who don't understand what the devil we're talking about. In World Team Tennis, where you get a point for every win and a point for every game, let's say you're seven points up with 1 match to go, right?
Right.
Or 8 points up is a better example. And even if you won 6 love, you'd only get 7 points, right?
Right.
Thank you, sir. 489-1155. Your call is WMCA, John Sterling. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to say that I really don't believe Gabe Paul. I think he's full of bull when he says he really wanted Billy Martin. That's the way he made the move. Because
why?
Well, because if the Yankees were in first place or a game out, if Dick Williams were available, they'd keep Verdon in anyway. Don't you think so?
If the Yankees were even or a game out, Verdon would be the manager.
Definitely.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, it is predicated on their not having a good year. I mean, obviously managers are expendable.
Well, it's a cop-out thing. It's basically a cop-out.
No. The point he was trying to make is when Martin became available, then they wanted Martin. You're saying, well, I mean, if Williams became available, wouldn't they want Williams? Well, the answer is yes.
Well, they wouldn't want Martin either if the Yankees were in first place. They wouldn't want
sir, yes, you're right. I mean, thank you for making that tremendous point. And if, excuse me, sir, and if New York City had no problem, A. Beam would be the best mayor of all time instead of being lambasted every moment from daytime to nighttime by liberals, moderates, conservatives, commies, perverts, etc. I mean, no one likes Abraham Beam. Yeah, because he inherited a city that has a million problems.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get right down to it. You say you're not a homer. You say you're not, you don't wipe anyone's behind.
Excuse me, sir?
You're not a homer, right? You're not a shill.
Okay, go ahead.
You've said that, right? Okay. You have 14-year-old callers who call up your show and they say Bert's doing a bad job. They're sophomoric and they're unsophisticated. Yankees can them, they're sophisticated, and they're enlightened. How come?
Well, because they have to please the public, and there's no question they wanted Martin to be their manager. And when he became available, they named him their manager.
Oh, I see.
Oh, thank you, sir. 489-1155, we'll get back after this.
Hey, Ronnie, Mojo Miller, L.A. DJ, how's your love life?
Man, I am the Emperor of Soul, the Jester of Jive, the crown of sound.
How's your love life?
I am the Duke of Despair.
How's your love life? Maybe yours needs Ultra Bright. Dynamite taste and more whitener than any leading toothpaste. Ultra Bright, the one that puts sex appeal in a tube, wants to know how's your love life?
Ultra Bright wants to make yours terrific.
During the week of February 17th, something happened in the gasoline business that everyone who drives a car should know about. A survey was taken of the prices of premium gasoline. The survey covered hundreds of service stations in New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and other metropolitan areas. Almost all the major oil companies were included. If you buy gasoline by price in your neighborhood, you can probably guess the results. On an average, Getty Premium sold from 2 to 2.5 cents less per gallon than most other major premiums. So if you want more gas for your money and more miles for your money, pull into Getty. Remember, don't waste gasoline. But when you do drive, fill up with Getty. No lead for cars built after 1971. Premium for cars built before 1971. Getty. We've got what's best for your car and for you.
489-1155, WMCA, John Sterling. Hello.
Hello, John.
Yes, sir.
The prior call actually was on the same subject as mine. I think the Yankees made a trade because the Yankees are not a trade, change in managers, because the Yankees were 10 games in back of the Red Sox. Not because if the Yankees were 10 games in front of the Red Sox at this time, you wouldn't have a change in managers.
Oh, right. Well, there's no question about it. But I mean, I heard these calls on Fairchild's program, people saying, oh, well, the Yankees are just doing it for the money because they want people to come out to their games. What do you mean just?
Well, I mean, that's
what do you mean just?
Right.
Why am I pausing for these commercials? What does the word just mean? What business are you in? You don't traffic in money? What do you is it wampum? I mean, beads? What do you mean just? Obviously, it's predicated on success. Jim Ogle, in that interview, in the press conference, we just couldn't go far enough, made the point and said, if you don't win, you won't be successful. You have to win. Obviously, that's why they're making it. Now, the question that we're normally arguing on this program, does the manager, in this case, Bert, was it his fault that the Yankees didn't have that success that could be translated into dollars, okay? I don't think so. I can enumerate the reasons, the injuries, the pitching staff, Lyle, etc., right? But, I mean, obviously they made change. Of course, if the Yankees were in first place, they wouldn't have made the change.
Well,
but since they were going to make a change, they decided to make a change because Martin was available.
If Martin was not available, do you think they still would have made a change?
I don't think so. I mean, you say Martin. The caller before said Williams, who they wanted very, very much. A year ago, last winter. And they wanted those. I don't think there's any question they wanted Martin very much. You know, you know why.
Well, my feeling...
I mean, you know, if you've listened to my show, I've been here 3.5 years, people have wanted Billy Martin to manage the Yankees. The Yankees listen to my show all the time. I don't mean they made a decision just listening to my show, but they're very attuned to the fact that Billy Martin is super popular with fans and motivates players. Now, he hasn't been able to get along with front offices at all. And again, as the press conference goes on, they had he and Gabe Falsman days together. And obviously, they talked about what would be his realm, what would be his decisions. And you heard Martin on that press conference saying he doesn't have the final say. He's just managing on the field.
What's Bobby Bonds? I've been a Giant fan all my life. Kind of disappointed at Bobby Bonds' performance with the Yankees this year. He just doesn't seem to have the same effect on the ball club he had with the Giants. Maybe the fact that he is the key man, he doesn't have a Willie Mays and a Willie McCovey to take up the pressure. I think that could be part of it. But
how about him being injured?
Well, I don't know if it's going to affect swinging the bat at all. I think swinging the bat is...
I think a knee injury really affects swinging the bat. Okay, thank you, sir. 489-1155. We'll get back after this.
I grew up in New York City. I was born and raised here.
You're listening to Pat Harper, anchorwoman on the Channel 11 10 o'clock news.
New York is a composition of many small towns. We walk down into Chinatown, or we go down into Little Italy, or we walk anywhere in New York City. I don't have a feeling this is Fear City. Maybe I'm prejudiced because I'm a New Yorker.
Let's face it, any given day we live is not just terrible, terminal things. We're sitting here...
That's Joe Harper, anchor man on the Channel 11 10 o'clock news.
Have to get more balance into the news. A lot of good things happen. I think we ought to be screaming to the high heavens about how great this city is in a lot of respects.
I think it's one of the few news shows that allows you to walk away from it feeling pretty good.
Joe Harper and Pat Harper, anchorman and anchorwoman, on the Channel 11 news at 10 o'clock.
Here it comes. United Airlines Summer Vacation Celebration. Adults save 20%, kids save 50%. Celebrate and save to more of your land with United.
Celebrate a proud land born 200 years ago.
It's United's bicentennial fair, with savings of 20% off regular round-trip coach fare for adults, 50% for kids under 12 traveling with you. United offers these savings to more hometowns and vacation spots in your land than any other airline. There are some restrictions, so call United or your travel agent. Then come join the summer vacation celebration. Adults save 20%, kids save 50%.
The friendly skies of your land, United Airlines.
Just buy your round-trip ticket 7 days ahead to Los Angeles and 42 cities, 750 or more air miles away. Stay 7 to 30 days. Certain weekend and holiday periods excluded. The offer is not good to Florida or Hawaii. WMCA John Sterling. Hello.
Hello, John.
Yes, sir.
I think the Yankees finally get themselves a manager I am looking for. You know, I think Halton Burton, with Nettles on first base and Chambliss up, they will think hit and run, but they wouldn't do it because they're afraid of a strikeout. The rally would be over, and they don't want to be second-guessed. Martin thinks it and does it because he's not afraid to be second-guessed. That's the big difference between Halton would wait for 3 hits to score a run.
Sir? I shouldn't get into an argument, should I?
Why not?
You have a terrible voice. Bill Verdon isn't scared of anything in this world.
Scared of my voice, though.
Especially someone like you. Thank you. It's 6:30 at WMCA New York, at Dialogue Radio 57 at Strauss Communications in New York. We'll jump out for the late news, then get back in just a couple of minutes with more of your calls at 489-1155. And back at 489-1155, obviously all the calls on Verdon and Martin, and we shall continue. Sometime in this half hour, I'll again run down all the scores and give you some finals that have come in the meantime. Yankees and Mets both won, by the way, for those who are late tuners in. 489-1155, WMCA John Sterling. Hello.
John. To begin with, I think this is a rather strange week for the name Verdon. Glenn Verdon went to Chicago. He was all over throat surgery, and Bill Verdon was surgery right out of New York, which has a little fun attached to it. The startling news that Bill Verdon had been fired was no news to me. I gave the item to Earl Wilson about 7.5, possibly 8 weeks ago. He did not use it. I gave it to Jack O'Brien. He did not use it. Now, this has been common knowledge around for approximately 2 months.
That's ridiculous.
Well, it's not ridiculous because...
So that's the most... Sir.
This is fact, Jack.
Sir, listen. On June 24th.
Right.
Wait a minute. I got a schedule right in front of me. On June 26th, the Yankees were in Boston Thursday. I was in Boston with them. They played a night game with the Boston Red Sox Thursday night, June 26th. And the Yankees had a game-and-a-half lead. They were in first place. That was only a month ago. So, obviously, they were not firing Verdon a month ago.
I don't think you listened to what I said.
Right.
What I said, very simply, was that the guy had been cast, and I gave the item.
And I told you that you're wrong.
Contention.
And I told you that you're ridiculous.
Do you also know that Bill Rigney had been approached for the job?
No. No, not at all. Well, sir, all I'm telling you is that when Verdon and the Yankees were in first place, and Billy Martin was in the employ of the Texas...
Well, nothing to do with Billy Martin. It had Mr. Steinbrenner and some of the people connected with the Yankees, and this was a leak that I'm sure 2 or 3 New York sports writers know. That if the Yankees were not in contention, I'll make another statement to you.
They weren't in contention, sir. They were in first place.
No, I'm talking
a month ago.
August 1.
Well, anyway, sir, I don't believe you.
Well, if you don't want to believe this, the trade pressure and the Yankee stockholding hierarchy, if the Yankees are not in contention as a ball club fighting for the pennant in 1976, Gabe Paul will not be there next summer.
Sir, thank you very much. Would you do me a favor? Would you report directly to Criswell and
I don't have to
about
report to
WMCA?
Criswell.
It's 25 minutes before 7. We'll get back after this.
Miss Grimble?
Yes.
Welcome to Martin Payne.
Thank you.
Since this is your first day, I thought I'd help you get started.
Oh, good.
This is your switchboard.
Oh, I recognized it right away.
Good.
Oh, this is really a big place.
Yeah, well, the Martin Home Decorating Centers are quite eccentric.
Oh.
Oh, there's your first call.
Good morning, Martin Payne. No, I'm sorry.
What is that?
Wall covering.
Oh, we have wall covering.
Oh.
Over 1,600 patterns.
Really?
And floor coverings, all the national brands.
Nice.
Be careful.
Good morning, Martin Payne. Floor covering and wall covering. No, I'm sorry.
What was that?
Decorative lumber.
Oh, Miss Grimble, look around you. What do you see?
Decorative lumber.
That's right. This is a complete home decorating center. Floor coverings, wall coverings, lighting, ceiling tiles, wall tiles, court tiles, mirror tiles, lighting fixtures, dimmers, bulbs, bathroom accessories.
I can't say all that.
Well, do the best you can.
Good morning, Martin's Home Decorating Center. It ain't just paint.
Open up your eyes, hey, look around you. There's a lot of world you've never seen.
Just about every 2 minutes, somewhere in the world, a Pan Am jet is either taking off or landing in 109 cities in 72 countries on all 6 continents. So the next time you fly abroad, instead of wasting time figuring out which airline flies where, ask your travel agent to put you on Pan Am. Chances will be very good that we'll be going exactly where you're going.
Welcome to our world. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of Pan Am. Welcome to the world of Pan Am.
Every day, Pan Am flies nonstop 747s to Amsterdam. Flight 92 departs their Worldport and JFK every evening at 6:15. See your travel agent for reservations on Pan Am.
We're sorry, but that had to go.
I'd like to ask you, in the press conference, they mentioned that Elliot Maddox and Billy Martin had made up, that everything was going to be all right.
Right.
I don't believe that at all.
Right.
I feel, that's my own personal opinion, I feel that they had fights before, that before the year is over, or maybe next year, Elliot Maddox will be gone from the team.
Sure.
And my basis for that is, look at the Gaylord Perry, Jack Robinson situation.
Sure. Well, it was a little different, right?
It was a little different?
A little different, because Gaylord Perry...
They didn't get along with each other.
You want to know the difference?
Yes.
Perry didn't pitch well this year.
Excuse me?
Perry didn't pitch well this year.
Oh, you think that was the reason they let him go?
Absolutely. Didn't let him go. They traded.
Yeah.
They traded a guy making $175,000, yes. Because he wasn't pitching well. And was 36 to 37 years of age.
Oh, that's another factor. Or take another case. Take Cleon Jones and Joey Burr.
Well, Jones wouldn't play for him. Maddox is a young, brilliant center fielder who's been hitting 300. Martin, when he at the press conference, and he goes into it again, talks with a phone call with him. You know, I'm sure you realize this, sir, and I'm sure you're understating your case. You know that there are fights in every clubhouse.
Sure.
People who hate each other playing on the same team, coaching, managing, playing for whatever, and they get along. Elliot Maddox will go if the Yankees can get a better center fielder. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. By the way, don't make too much of it, okay? Billy Martin is a battling manager. He has had arguments. You want me to name the players he's had that I know about off the top of my head? He's had sharp confrontations with Bert Campanaro. Remember the bat-throwing episode involving Lerner LeGros in the American League Championship? Jim Northrup on his own ball club. They threatened to punch each other out. He had a fight with Dave Boswell on his own ball club in Minnesota. Reggie Smith he wanted to take on in the fight. As to all his fights with all of the players during his career. He's that kind of a stormy, sensitive guy, and believe me, he will get along fine with Elliot Maddox.
Well, okay? What makes you think he'll get along with Elliot Maddox then?
Because Elliot Maddox can... Listen to me. Ask me a question. Okay. You want to know the answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I'll tell you what, Lou. Lou. Why don't you see if you can find it? Let me cue it up and see if you can... Oh, no, it wouldn't make any difference. He wouldn't believe it. He wouldn't... If we cued it up to the phone call, Martin talking about his phone call with Maddox, you wouldn't believe it, would you? Your mind isn't going to be changed, right? Just tell me yes or no, because I won't take the time to do it.
Yeah, I'll believe it.
But you wouldn't believe it, would you?
Well, I don't know.
Seriously, you wouldn't believe it.
Well,
I mean, if I told you what Martin said, would you believe it?
Well, what did he say?
You know, that he and Elliot, that it was blown out of proportion, and he told Elliot he was going to be his manager, and Elliot said, fine, we both want to win, and Martin said, yes, that's true, and he said, I have nothing against Elliot at all, and they laughed about it at the press conference, and the reporters, excuse me, sir, the reporters said to Billy, well, you know, Elliot may hit very well for you because he claims that he really gets up whenever he sees you, and maybe you ought to have the batting... Excuse me, sir. And he said, maybe you ought to have the batting practice pitches throw at Elliot. And Martin laughed. Believe me, this is part of baseball. In fact, it's part of all sports. Okay? But I mean, don't believe me. Okay? I'd rather have you not believe me, and then it will give you something to believe in. Okay?
Let's see what happens.
Good, thank you, sir. I'm going to get back with more after this.
Introducing Merle Haggard for Ford pickups.
If you want a strong running, long running pickup truck, this is the summer you're in luck. Ford is a showroom for pickup loving men. Prices never be this low again.
Want extra cargo or passenger room in your next pickup? Ford Super Cab is America's roomiest two-door pickup. It's the only two-door with room enough for a family of 6. Chevy doesn't offer a family two-door pickup, and Super Cab's got room for an optional full-width back seat you can't get from Dodge. Plus, it's got the low summer price only a Ford dealer can offer. Ford is the showroom this summer.
If you want a strong running, long running pickup truck, this is the summer you're in luck. Ford is a showroom for pickup loving men, and prices will never be this low again.
1 year ago, the President of the United States was Richard Nixon. Today, he lives in seclusion, all but out of the public eye. In tomorrow's New York Times, we'll get an unusual inside look at the life of the former president now leaving. Be sure to read The Exile, 1 year of San Clemente, tomorrow in the New York Times. There's one big reason for getting your copy of tomorrow's Times, and, well, there are plenty more. In the travel and resort section, 10 noted travel writers describe their favorite vacation spots. In the arts and leisure section, you'll get a critical rerun of 10 old B-movies on TV. They've been greatly underrated, says one viewer. In the Times magazine, get a look at the brand new TV game shows that has contestants and the networks jumping for joy. For a more interesting Sunday, spend it with the New York Times. And for information about home delivery of the Times, call this toll-free number, 800-325-6400. That's 800-325-6400 for the New York Times. WMCA John Stone. Hello.
Yes, John. I keep hearing about Elliot Maddox and Billy Martin. We're getting back together. I just would like to know what did happen when Billy was managing in Texas, and what caused the problem down there to begin with. I don't even know that.
Oh, nothing. Just didn't play him. And Elliot got sore, and then when Elliot got dealt with the Yanks, he said that Billy Martin had lied about playing them, and then Maddox was rushed back in spring training last year or during the regular season, and Maddox came out and said, reiterated that Martin threw at him and Martin was a liar and all that jazz. And then they had a couple other beanball brawls that Martin said he didn't order his pitcher, Stan Thomas, was throwing him. This was this year. And people reacted as it never happened in baseball before, which makes me think some people just started watching baseball this year. And it's been going on forever. There really used to be, if you believe the book, fights in the old days continuous. Anyway.
Of course.
You'd be surprised how people learn. That's what I meant by politics. Make strange bedfellows. When the name across your chest is the same, you get along, right?
That's for sure, sir. One more quick question: is there any chance of Elliot coming back this year? Or is he still really hurt bad?
No, I think they hope that he will be able to come back later this month or in September. I haven't seen Elliot Maddox for a while, and I couldn't call on his knee anyway. And Sid, you saw him the day he filled in on the show. Was he limping badly? He was, huh?
I didn't see him on the show.
No, I said Sid, talking to my producer, sir, not you. Okay. Yes, he was limping badly. I really don't know. Thank you, sir. Thanks. 489-1155, WMCA John Stone. Hello.
Oh, John, how are you in the top place?
Well, I'm okay. How are you, sir?
Okay. I'll change the subject from Martin and Burton for a minute, but kind of stick on along the same line. Do you foresee any more, like, changes around the league and managers that you might have heard of?
Well, just the things that the fact that there aren't any divisional races this year, except the National League East now, makes you believe that there's going to be some changes. I don't know. I would imagine that Houston will have a change at the end of the year. Atlanta will have a change at the end of the year. Texas will have a change at the end of the year.
I had read somewhere where I think it must have been Dick Young, so. But he was speaking about Bill Whitney coming back to manage the Giants, and the way they're playing now, I wouldn't think that he would...
Well, that had to do with Stoneham selling his team to the combination of Franks and Willie Mays. There are teams that won't have a new manager. Kansas City and the Angels won't. Chicago won't unless something happens with the franchise. You never know what's going to happen in Oakland. I would say Atlanta and... let's see, what else?
Well, I heard Phil Rizzuto when they're talking about Doug Campbell possibly losing his job.
Okay, Milwaukee.
No?
Milwaukee, yeah. When you lose for a while, that's what happens, yeah.
Okay, one more thing, John. What do you think of that character on the Giants, John Montefusco? Have you read about him at all or heard of him?
Oh, sure. Well, I don't pay attention to what's in the papers. Anybody's going to strike out bench and all, but John is a good pitcher.
Well, sure. Okay, I agree with that, but I think he has a lot of... I think it's good for baseball because he has a habit of he makes the predictions.
Sure. I think it's great.
I think that's really healthy.
You know, this show is so beautiful because when guys are not outspoken, people don't like it, and when guys are outspoken, people don't like it. Funny show. Thank you, sir. We're going to get back after this.
My beer is Rheingold, the dry beer. Think of Rheingold whenever you buy beer. It's refreshing, not sweet. It's the extra dry drink. Won't you try extra dry Rheingold beer?
I'll tell you, today may not be the hottest day of the summer, but it sure comes close. When the temperature goes up, nothing tastes better going down than an ice-cold, extra-dry Rheingold beer. Smooth, refreshing, not sweet, extra-dry Rheingold. A beer as good to your thirst as it is to your taste. A great extra-dry taste. You just can't find another beer. Rheingold knows how you feel about ice cold beef. Yeah.
It's refreshing, not sweet, it's the extra dry thing from extra dry Rheingold beer.
Rheingold Breweries Incorporated, New York, and Orange, New Jersey.
United Airlines has 9 daily non-stops to California, including 6 wide-body DC-10s and 747s. They're big on space, big on comfort, and big on friendship service to Los Angeles and San Francisco. You'll enjoy stereo at your seat and a wide choice of meals, including one of United's new bicentennial entrees. And we even have games for the kids.
Taking care along the way, make you feel at home. Welcoming you in friendship to the land you call your own.
So catch the spirit of friendship service with the airline that gives you more of California, United.
The friendly skies of your land, United Airlines.
Yes, and ask United or your travel agent about United's money-saving bicentennial fares to California. 11 minutes before 7 o'clock. It's 489-1155. WMPA John Sterling. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to talk about the Yankees.
Yes, sir.
I'd like your opinion on...
No, I'd like to know why someone hasn't called up about the Mets who've won 3 straight games in Pittsburgh. When they were losing, everyone was calling about Berra. Why aren't people calling up and saying that Yogi's doing a great job now? He's been a winning manager lately. Yes, sir.
Hasn't that happened every year, though, with Berra?
Yes.
When the Mets are losing, they talk about firing him?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, isn't that happening every year?
Yes, I agree with you, sir.
All right, well, I want to get back on my original question. I want your opinion on something. Did you watch the first game of the doubleheader last Sunday with the Red Sox?
No.
Or listen to it?
Yes.
All right, do you remember, I don't know, I think it was one of the earlier innings the Yankees had to face.
Base loaded, no one out Stanley up, yes.
And everybody knows Fred Stanley coming up.
Sure.
In my mind, I say Alex Johnson's going to pitch in for me.
Mm-hmm.
Fred Stanley up, bounces out weakly into a fourth player. What do you think about that?
I was sorry that Fred didn't get a hit.
Excuse me?
I was sorry Fred didn't get a hit.
Well, in that situation, when you're 7 games behind the leading team and you're not pressed, but you have to win these games, don't you send up somebody that's capable of hitting a long ball?
Actually, they were 8 games behind.
For the same reason about.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just jiving with you. I know what the question you're asking. First of all, you know what your question is right now?
Yeah.
It's an academic question. Because that manager isn't there anymore. Let me answer you this way, sir, and I hope that you're intelligent enough to understand it. If Stanley had gotten a ringing double down the left field line, or if Stanley had been choked on an inside pitch off his fist by Bill Lee and hit a broken bat looper over first base for a single, driving 2 runs, you wouldn't have made this call. That's what I think. I don't think you can look at a manager.
But here's the catch to this.
Excuse me. I don't second guess managers on individual plays. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but then explain this.
Yes, sir.
Later, with no out, with 1 out and nobody.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Burton. I said I'm not able to see. I don't have that ability to second guess a manager on an individual play, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Today, with 2 men on and no one out in the 8th inning, Billy Martin had Graig Nettles swing away.
Right.
And he bounced a single to right field. Now, that's great, right?
Right.
I guarantee you, sir, if Nettles had bounced into a double play, people would have wanted Martin's
fired already.
Scalp. Hey, what do I care? I really don't care at all. It's okay for you people to do it. I never second guess a manager on an individual play, okay? Thank you, sir. We're going to get back with more calls after this.
Oh, allergy again. I give up.
Don't give up. Somebody's finally done something really new for you, the allergy victim.
It's about time.
This is it. New ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine from Contact. A new way to live with your allergies. ARM works with a new high level of antihistamine. Just 1 ARM tablet helps provide hours of safe relief from the allergy symptoms you hate. Sneezing, itching, weepy eyes, and runny nose. Even allergic sinus congestion. ARM is for better relief when allergy attacks.
Better relief when allergy attacks.
ARM. Allergy Relief Medicine. A new way to live with your allergy.
It's about time.
Take new ARM Relief. Only as directed.
As promised, here is a rundown of all the scores today. In the Major League Circuit, the Yankees scored 2 in the 6th inning, 1 on a Roy White home run, and 3 in the 8th. Came from behind, beat the Indians 5-3. The Indian runs on a 3-run home run by Boog Powell with 2 out in the 6th, and boy, it was a shot that went underneath the scoreboard in right center. The winner in relief was Sparky Lyle, who pitched 3 1/3 scoreless innings. His record is 3-5. The loser, Jim Bibby, 4-11. Red Sox continue to win. They beat the Tigers 7-2. The winner, Rick Wise, 14-6. The loser, Vern Rule, 9-8. Jack Pierce and Gary Sutherland had home runs for Detroit. In the first of 2, the Twins beat the White Sox 4-1. Bert Blyleven won his 10th. He's lost 5. Claude Osteen lost for the White Sox. He's now 6-9. In the second game, I have not had a score in a long time, and I really don't understand the reason for it. The last score I had was at the end of 3. Twins leading the White Sox 4-0 at the end of 3. Bill Butler on the mound for Chicago. Jesse Jefferson for the White Sox. And Tony Oliva and his 13th home run. John Matlack and the Mets shut out Pittsburgh, the 3rd straight Mets win. The Mets are only 6 games out, 5 in the loss column. A 5-hitter for Matlack is 13-8. Bruce Keeson, the loser, is 9-7. No home runs. Cardinals shut out the Cubs in back of Bob Force this afternoon, 4-0. A 4-hitter for Force, who's now 10-8. Rick Russell, the loser, is 8-11. No home runs. And the second game there was rained out. They'll obviously have to play a doubleheader tomorrow. Final score is not in, as Houston and San Francisco go to extra innings. Houston scored a run in the 9th inning to tie. It's 7-7 as they go to extra innings. Pitching now in relief is Randy Moffett for the Giants and Jose Sosa for Houston. 3 home runs hit in the ball game, all by the Giants, or the 2 home runs, excuse me. Son Joshua and Gary Thomason have home runs for the Giants. 489, 11:55. It's 5 minutes before the hour. WMCA John Stewart.
Hi, John. I do have a Met caller now.
Good.
But if I can digress for one moment, I purchased the Encyclopedia of Baseball in 1950.